What's up, y'all? Is it on? Oh, McFly, is it on? I gotta be honest. It says it's 18 seconds in, and all I see is a spinning bar. Is that just me? It's stuck at 18 seconds. Like it's not. It's weird. The live up top is saying 22, 23, 24, 25. Down low, it's not. Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. You're good. Okay. Thank you. What up? I'm refreshing to see if I can get a different take on this. You know how my stuff be working wrong sometimes. I did have to do I got some driver updates for my video card and for, was it Windows? Windows? No, it was the Dell stuff. Because it's got like a Dell operating something. What the crap? Now I have a giant error. YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. You guys are saying it's good. I'm legit getting an error saying, oh. Huh. Well, like I'm legit not, I mean, I'm being told that there's not, YouTube's being stupid. No, actually, Slobs is dropping frames. Detected 25% over the last 2 minutes. This problem is usually related to a poor network connection. Really? Speed test.net. Let's see what my speed test is. I have no internet. Like, I legit have no internet. Reese isn't even home. What the hell? Peeves me off. All right, it's loading the page. It's literally taking an hour to load a freaking web page. Yeah, okay. I got to restart my modem. I'm not going to kill the stream. I'm going to hit the BRB and I'm going to go reset my modem. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Maybe 7. Crappy Comcast internet. Shows are all good now. Thanks for being patient. I'm glad my mute was on too, because I realized I was kind of in a foul mouth rant Comcast. I'm not even kidding. I'm sure my wife's downstairs going, "Oh Lord, oh Lord." Shows excellent connection now. Yeah, it was weird. Obviously, I was connected in some form, but I could not load any web pages. I could not do anything. My download test is finishing right now, and I got 913 megabits per second download and 38 upload, which is my standard speeds. So seems a little slow on the upload, I'm sure, to some of you, because I don't know, Comcast upload is just terrible. But their download is quick, and like all my emails are open, everything's good, so I should be good. So what's up? Hopefully you guys had a good weekend. Mine was fairly chill. I had sort of mid-evening Blazer games, or early games, 6 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Pre-game stuff starts at 5, so I watched most of that. So yeah, just kind of hung out around the house. We did venture up to Portland. Reese had a friend over for the weekend, and we had to return them home. So we had to drive up to Portland to go do that. In the process, we went and had autos and went and saw my friend Jordan, who lives right by autos, for a bit. And then we came home, and then wife got really sick. She'd had a cough for like the whole weekend, but was feeling fine. And we got home, and she was just like low energy, super like, and she started like, having the thoughts like, crap, this is how I felt when I got COVID last time. And so like we took her temperature, and she had a 100-degree temperature, and I was like, oh crap, here we go again. And we took a COVID test, and it showed negative. Now, if we're really going to go back and talk about this is exactly what happened last time. She took a COVID test, and then the next day she took another one, and it was positive. Now, the next day she felt worse. This time she feels better. So that's I'm hopeful, anyways, that that's going to be that. Beyond that, didn't do a whole lot. I'm trying to think. I mean, we just watched some shows and laid low for the most part. I think you guys probably remember Friday, my wife had a really rough day. A student at her high school was struck by a moving train and was killed, and happened right in front of the school. Crime scene was there all day. Lots of kids knew, it was just one of those unbelievably terrible situations. Her being a behavioral specialist, she's sort of like doubles as a counselor in many ways. And so, as you can imagine, it was a really tough day. And on top of all of that, there's a pretty heavy gang presence at the school. And sadly, one of the kid that was, hit by the train, he sort of has a believed known affiliation, and that was spreading rumors, and fights were happening because of this, because people were standing up saying he ain't part of that gang, and these guys are going, yeah, they are, and there's people saying that somebody like rival gang push. So like there's all this stuff going on, and like it's just been like as bad as it could possibly be. It pretty much is. So definitely stressful, and so yeah, she wasn't looking forward to that today either. So in a way, it's sort of a blessing that she gets an extra day off from that, because like I said, we didn't do anything. She was just so yeah, one of the things, so Friday I took off. I had a meeting. I had to go down to the tire shop and go meet with them. They basically told me there's no way they could have done the damage that they did to my car, and that there was no way that they were going to pay to have somebody else fix it, and that it's against their policy to do the work that would fix it. And I just told them, I said, I'm not trying to make things worse here, but I just want you to know that if we don't come to some sort of resolution, you're going to be seeing a lot more of me. And I don't think that's going to be good for either of us. And I said, I'm not trying to take advantage of anybody. I'm trying not to be taken advantage of. And I hope you understand that. And so we talked some more, and he was kind of willing to listen a little bit more. And then I asked him, I said, so he was like telling me, oh, I watched the tech take your wheels off and put the wheels on. And I said, okay, fair enough. But did you watch him take the wheels off and put them back on? And he goes, what do you mean? I said, well, sir, I brought my car in with these wheels on the car, and we took them off and put a different set on. And then on a different day, I brought them back, and they took those wheels off and then put these ones back on. So there was 2 different visits that your techs were messing with my car. Wouldn't you agree that this could have happened on either occasion? And he said, it's possible. And I said, did you watch both occasions? And he goes, no, I didn't. I said, okay, so are we in agreement that although you didn't see anything on the last trip, it very well could have happened on the first trip? And since I have pictures of my car with these brakes not damaged 3 days before you had the car, it's pretty safe to say that there's a high probability that you did it, right? He goes, yeah, but listen, I sent it to corporate. And he goes, listen, I'll tell you what, I'll talk to them, and I'll see if I can have one of our techs do it here. And I'll get the red paint that matches your red paint, and we'll sand it down, and we'll get it fixed. And he said, would that work for you? I said, yeah, that's all I wanted in the first place. So hopefully that will be good. And then he goes, I just need some time. And I said, bro, it's winter. This is a cosmetic deal. If we could wait till April, I'd be happy. And he said, oh yeah, we can wait till April. So the tire shop is going to take a shot at fixing my brakes. and they're a pretty good tire shop, reputable around the states, western states anyway, California, Idaho, Washington, parts of all those, mainly an Oregon outfit though. So anyways, so that was good. I also had a couple of other things. So today I'm also going to be maybe toying with some stuff. So later in the stream, if I'm like doing some technical stuff and I'm not really playing, it's going to be for the greater good later. But I actually spent a bunch of time trying to figure out the highlight button and stuff so I could actually make clips of the streams. And sadly, I only spent about an hour researching. I read some stuff. I watched some videos. Every video that I found was from like 2018, 2017, 2015, 2019. Like, I don't think any of them were even from the 2020s. And so like the interface looks different. Of course, I have dark mode on, so like everything looked different right away because they didn't have it on. And so anyways, the goal for that is that there's a feature that I can clip stuff live stream. So if like I have a stupid moment or a funny moment, or if I knock Tyler off of a grapple point or something, you guys weren't there for that, but it was hilarious because I was like, man, I hope I don't fall off, and I hit the zip, and then Tyler goes, no, you knocked me off, and I turn around and look at him, there he goes falling on a one of the most glorious moments. Anyway, so yeah, one last thing I wanted to talk about before I jump in. I know that we've had some complications. I'm a little bit later than usual due to those. I got asked last week what my top 5 games I'm looking forward to are. And I said, that's a great question. I don't even really know. I know that there's a ton of games, but I can't really think of any at the top of my head right now. So I went and found a list, and I actually listed out the games that are sort of standing out to me. And it's kind of funny because out of the 5, did I put 5? I put 6 down, actually. Out of the 6, 4 of them are considered sort of horror. I thought that was interesting. I've never really found myself to be like a horror genre type of dude. Like, I enjoy it, right? I play scary games, but I don't feel like I gravitate towards that. But, and these aren't in like a number one most, it's just, these are 6 games that I'm really looking forward to this next year. And this is the one that I could remember. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Most of you have probably never even heard of it. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is the spiritual successor to a game called Jet Set Radio. Fun fact, I actually just ordered a Jet Set Radio hoodie. It'll be here any day. I have a package out for delivery today, but it didn't show as listed in the inventory on the box. I ordered like 7 items, and one of them was a Jet Set Radio hoodie. So I'm pretty excited about that because I loved, like, Jet Set Radio was one of my favorite games, if not my favorite game from the Sega Dreamcast era. Then I bought it again for the PS3, and I've been thinking about pulling it out, just kind of tooling around with it just to show you guys what it is. But I do have to mess with my setup a little bit because PS3 has encryption, and I have to have, there's not a better word for this, so just bear with me. I have to use a stripper, and it strips the encoding out. It's not, there's no pole or dollar bills involved. It's literally a remover. It removes the encryption, sort of bypasses it, if you will. Anyways, so Bomb Rush Cyberpunk coming soon. It's supposed to be like February, March. You guys know this one. This one's for sure. You knew it was going to be on my list. Alan Wake 2. Now, Alan Wake 2 is supposed to be completely different. First person, super like horror theme versus like, what did they call it before? They had a different term for it and whatever. Game was great. Game was pretty scary anyways, running from all those things. Like, I don't like being chased sometimes. Like being chased is not my favorite thing. My wife's the same way, but she's way worse. I can handle it for a while, but then I'm like, ah! She just immediately crumples and folds into a ball, and that's it. It's a game over. Next one is, I made a huge deal about this when they announced this one, Killer Clowns from Outer Space. It's a cult movie from, my childhood, basically. It's got one of my favorite comedians in a really stupid small cameo role, Christopher Titus. And there was something about that movie when I was younger. It scared me, but I really was drawn to it, right? Like, it's scary, but it's not super scary. It's kind of corny and campy. And the fact that here we are like 25, 30 years later and they're making a game for it, and it's made by the people who make, like, I already know the game's going to be fun. It looks amazing. So I'm very excited for that too. Another one that I'm looking forward to, this one doesn't come out till March. This one's called The Day Before. Now, I'm not 100% sure if it's actually going to be on all consoles or if it's a PC based thing. I remember seeing a bunch of stuff about it, and I listed it here. It's sort of a zombie apocalypse kind of a thing. We'll see how it works out. Resident Evil 4, the remake, it's out March 24th. Very interested in that as well. Resident Evil 4 is, I really like that storyline, and I don't think I ever finished it back. See, I didn't play it on the GameCube, I think was where it originally released. I didn't play it there. It might have been on other platforms too, but I didn't play it then. I didn't play it until it was re-released on PS3. And then I bought that version, which was kind of considered, I don't know if remastered was the term, but it was sort of like beautified to be on the PS3 from whatever previous. I might have been a PS2 title. I feel like it was just GameCube though. And I'm also feeling like my chat is not working again. It happened the other day, and it looks like it's not happening now. Maybe you guys are just being quiet. Either way, it's okay, but I just want to give it a chance to. Yeah, see, there's tons of, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you didn't know that, huh, Kirsten? Yeah, that was basically it happened sort of midstream and whatever. So okay, so I got some people coming in. I'll say hi to everybody real quick, and then last but not least, on my game list, the sixth one was Dead Island 2. So you know, out of the six, we had Dead Island 2, sort of zombie horror, Resident Evil 4, zombie horror, The Day Before, zombie horror, Killer Clowns, horror, Alan Wake 2, horror, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, not horror at all. The only thing that's gonna be scary about it's my gameplay. So, okay, due to multiple restarts and refreshes and a refresh of my modem, I actually do not have the early notification squad. I do know Chacho was first. I believe Paige was second, and I think Justin was third. I think that's how it went. I also know that Raised showed up shortly after that. And I know that we had a couple of other people as well, but I apologize because I'm not able to go back that far. Kirsten was here early. Emery was here early. Josh was definitely here early. Let's see. Who else? Yeah, my first message that I have is at 9:49. It says, I don't know what ours is called, but it's like chicken and egg and chicken and broth, and it's some fancy stuff. That was the first one I got. As I continue to scroll down, if I don't call your name out because I missed you, definitely drop another comment and I'll get you a shout out. What up? Good to see ya. Let's see here. I am expert. What is up? How you stream with no internet? Well, technically, I don't know that I wasn't really streaming. That was kind of part of the problem. Tags, what up? Welcome back. Yes, cringe rip for sure, Josh. Way to take advantage of those emotes. Let's see, random stuff. Hey, Happy Thumbs, what is up? Welcome to the stream. Brian's internet got a case of the Mondays. Yeah, it had to stay after and do some TPS reports. Okay. He did a fuck down. You know what? What the crap? As soon as I said Teflon's name, it all went to the name that shall not be spoken. Oh boy. What is up? Tried the simulator. Never tried the simulator. Hey, what up, Sonny? Yes, these simulator games are actually loads of fun. So different ones provide different things, right? Like this one and like the Power Wash Sim, and you know, there's a few that have like this weird sense of like completion, like this satisfaction and this soothingness of just kind of mowing the lawn, like knowing that you're not outside getting your allergies all flared up and having to shoo flies and bees away, and you know, all like there's just something peaceful about it that I really have enjoyed so much that I've streamed this like a gajillion times. You know, there's some of the other ones too, you know, like Goat Simulator or Deer Simulator. There's a Deer Simulator. So that's why I emphasize the deer, because there's one that's like D-E-E-E-E-E, and then there's just D-E-E-R. But there's some wacky ones that are just like, you know, wacky physics, wacky concepts, wacky quests, wacky dialogue. Like right now, we're really enjoying Goat Simulator 3 on Wednesdays. It is possible I might get pretty close to finishing that up this week. I don't think I will, but in the next week or two, we'll be finishing that up. And I do hope to bring some other types of sims soon as well. Let's see here. I'm not quite done yet. Brody, what is up? Hey, I'm watching your tutorials for Lego Harry Potter. Awesome. Glad we could help out. I'm super stoked that PlayStation released those as freebies. Because, you know, not only is there, like, the pleasure like meeting and helping new people, but also like, you know, our numbers were sort of stagnant for a while, and there hasn't been a Lego game released since Star Wars. And, you know, most of the people who got Star Wars initially have finished the game or have kind of quit playing for now anyways, because it's a long game. Meanwhile, I'm still releasing videos for it. And although we're basically, and I bet we have 15 or less videos. I could be wrong on that, but I'm guessing that that's going to be the case. You know, we certainly needed a little influx. Now, next, what is it? Today's the 5th. So tomorrow, Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga, becomes available on Game Pass. So anybody with Game Pass will be able to take advantage of that as well. So, Police Simulator. So, okay, Josh, we talked about that a little bit. The concept of it, I don't hate, but to avoid problems. And what I mean by that is that to avoid differences of opinions, you know, I certainly don't want to have like a war or discussion or dispute over like why they are good and why they are bad, how they help, how they hurt. Like, that's not something that I want to have. So, you know, all it takes is like one person seeing that and they come in and boom, they start referencing some pretty nasty stuff. And that might not ever happen, right? That could be a worry that I've created on my own. But I just know how society and people are these days. And if I can avoid stuff like that, I will. Now, firefighter, totally down for that one. I don't see anybody having problems. Nobody's trying to defund or whatever, right? Like, so, that being said, we'll definitely stay away from the police simulator, but it does intrigue me. Like, there's a part of me that wants to check that out. So if it does come to Game Pass, I will likely fire it up and play it on my own. I don't think I'll ever play that on stream, though, just to avoid potential, right? All right, so let's go ahead and jump in. I think I'm at the bottom of the list. I think I shouted out everybody. Stealthfully avoid conflict. That is correct. You know, and it's, you know, everybody's got a little different take on things, right? So historic land, that's the big one, right? Like with the 2 hills. Because if you guys remember, I still have to complete. Oh no, it's the challenges. Okay, so I'm totally in my own head there. Let's go ahead and give Buddy a second mower. Yep. Okay, we'll go ahead and put her with the biggie. You got it. She's got it. And then here, let's put me on a quick letter. Thief Simulator, huh? Okay, I'll have to check that one out. Yeah, there's I mean, on Steam, there's like millions of different simulators. Like, they've got simulators for pretty much everything. All right, so hey, right now we got a couple of things that we're doing. I didn't point it out. I mentioned it earlier. One of the final trophies that I have left that's related to the story is I have to use an American-made mower on the 4th of July. I don't remember, it's like a tribute to America or whatever, right? Especially since this game is taking place in Europe, UK, Britain, somewhere. And so we have an American mower, and right now we've actually flipped, as far as the game goes, the calendar today shows it's July 2nd. But for some reason, they made it, I mean, I guess it's accurate calendar-wise. I think July 2nd was on a Saturday, or on a Friday. And then Saturday and Sunday, we don't work. And it happens to be that 4th of July happens to fall on a Sunday. So you have to literally advance it all the way through a full calendar year. But as I mentioned, too, the season for mowing is literally April through October. So we got June, July. I mean, we're almost to the end, right? We're almost to the end of the season. And then we'll have to start back over at April. So, you don't have to do January, February, March. There's a bunch of stuff that you get to miss out on. Now, speaking of miss out on, I'm missing out on one pass. Let's see here. Why is there an angle source in the trip? It's a good question. Did I run by it? Okay. Which way does it go? Which way does it go? Could be hiding under like one of the dinos or something. Guessing it's Poopy, because Poopy's kind of hard to see from a distance. A little soft serve in the grass for you. Ah, there it is. And it wasn't Poopy, it was a con, man. It was a con filling stuff on Lego Battle. Nice, awesome. Glad those are helping out, Tegs. That was a fun one. That was kind of a more recent series, really. We did that one. As far as Lego games go, that's definitely one of our more recent takes, and it's one of the original games, right? That's kind of crazy how that works sometimes, but I like to feel like we've got a pretty good formula, and although I get criticized sometimes for talking too much, or I used to get off topic a lot, and I would talk about like something that happened to me or a show we're watching or something as I was getting a collectible, and that bothered people in some of the earlier days. I feel like I phased a lot of that out. I still have like, comments and some innuendos here and there and stuff. But I mean, for the most part, like I've cleaned a lot of that up. I've tried to, you can't please everybody, but I've tried to put myself in a spot where those numbers are heavier towards the pleasing side than towards the displeasing. Giggity. But, all in all, it is what it is. And I'm just glad that, like I said, after years, in some cases, that those are still being viewed. Yeah, you got this, bro. You got a string trimmer. You got a string trimmer. You're good. All right. So, and then we've got... We'll go ahead and put you on this. It's too wide. It's too wide. It's too wide. All right, so we needed 10 contracts. We've done 1, so we're officially rolling into the second one. That's going to be glorious when we get that. Now, the bad part about these grinding out these litters is that I'm missing out on doing driving. Something that I might do today after stream is, I mean, if we get to like 93 or 95 or something and I'm really close, I might pick that trophy. I might like rubber band it later. So like, walk away and let my car just kind of spin. Because I can literally, like, get on the vehicle and get a rubber band so that it pulls the throttle and the car, the tractor or the lawnmower is always moving. And then I can, sort of pin it so that it's going around in circles. So I'll just be doing this, basically. So I'm not driving very fast or far, but I'll do this, and it'll accumulate mileage, I'm assuming. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm assuming it will. And then that would be an easy one to pick off without having to be very aware or available. Indiana 1, nice. Yeah, we are going to be, 2023 for sure we'll get Lego Indy 2, which is the last Lego game that we haven't completed. There's Brick Tales that I was toying with doing a guide for. In fact, I even paid and had Tyler write a guide for it, but I haven't done anything with it. We were talking about it the other day. There's, a lot like the Lego Star Wars free roam and a lot of free roams. There's, 25 to 45 collectibles in an area. And, 40 of those 45 are like obviously right in front of you. You almost stumble into them. And then there's those 5 that are sort of hidden. And then like, each one has its little difficulty level of like, it's really difficult, hard to find, hard to see, or not at all. Right. Yeah, okay, let me go ahead and I want to just make sure that these are all good. Hasn't this one been used? This one has. No? Weird. I'm pretty sure there's 2 mows that have happened. Okay, this one is getting repaired. That was weird. Why didn't it show up the first time? Maybe I accidentally picked the wrong one. I still think it's weird that there's a grass collector on a vehicle that doesn't actually collect grass. Yeah, you know, Indy 2 is going to be another one of those like time fillers. Like I know that the majority of people in the world have already played it and enjoyed it. I have not. So it's going to be sort of like an adventure, like a fun time adventure for me. But also, you know, it'll be, you know, hopeful to some, I'm sure, that have not yet had the pleasure. Whoops. No. Getting button happy here, y'all. Okay, put me back on. And litter, that's litter, so you gotta put you on an eco mow. All right, is Tyler gonna do the guide writing for Andy too? You know, we talked about Bricktails. I actually had a hard conversation with him about some other stuff too. And I say hard conversation because in the past he and I have had a talk, and he immediately was like, nope, stop talking to me, not listening anymore, not doing it, nope, absolutely not. And then it turns into like laughter, like, no, I am absolutely not doing that for you. So, you know, in that time too, things were a little different. I think there's a little more incentive today to do it than there was then. And, you know, I sort of put it out there that like, you know, it'd be really awesome of him to work with me on this one. And so, you know, he didn't say no in this conversation, but we did not talk about Lego Indy. I mean, I guess I did mention it. I was sort of like on the backside. I was like, well, you know, like, you know, and for what it's worth, if you're not, like, if you're really like gonna put your feet down and not interested in this particular project, then, you know, it'd be really cool, like, you know, Lego Indy too. You know, so I kind of like mumbled that in there at the end, and you know, in order to keep a clean, fun Apex environment, I left it at that and didn't push it any further. But let's see here. Of course, yes. Which way do I go? Which way do I? Ooh, is that barbecue sauce? It's tomato ketchup. It says. So yeah, that is undetermined if he will be doing that, but you know, and it's no secret that What's up, Drex? What are you doing? It's no secret that last week I filed, or I applied and was actually interviewed and was granted ambassador over with Outright Games, and they make a ton of games. Now, a lot of their games are, you know, Peppa Pig and Paw Patrol, but they have Jumanji, and they have some other stuff too that's definitely a little different. But yeah, so you know, there's definitely opportunities there too. Holy cow! Okay, so this is gonna be you on this one, and I'm gonna give you this one, and I'm gonna put you on this one, this one. And then, litter, not me. Peppa play. Hey, that's been on the agenda for a while, actually. But what's crazy is Peppa 2 is coming out. So what the ambassador means, you know, I thought it was going to be fairly exclusive and very limited, right? Nah, there's at least. I mean, at least 50, if not like 100 people that are actively talking every second of every day on the ambassador's Discord, to the point where I had to like mute it because it was just like, there's no way. Like a lot of these people that are ambassadors are actually like really small channels, like, you know, a couple hundred subs, like 800 subs, 500 subs, 300 subs, 2,000 subs, right? Like, I mean, there's a little variation. From what I saw, I mean, I feel like there needed to be a multiplier involved to compare me to most of the people. And that's not a brag or a flex. It's just the time frame and the hunger and the desire, like the learning curves are very different for me. Like, I've been doing this for over a decade, right? Most of these people would just started their YouTube in the last year or two. Meanwhile, and I would imagine, like, age-wise, I'm probably double, if not triple the age of a lot of these people in there. So, very active, very young, very motivated group. Lots of self-promotion and stuff, which I thought was kind of weird. But hey, what's up, Karen? Who else is sliding in out there? Probably Peppa Pig. Hey, Lollipop Star, what up? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate the support on the Harry Potter vids. We got lots and lots and lots of other Lego videos and much more using our same formulas, like, Sniper Elites, Last of Us, a lot of these other more grittier, grown type of games that have collectibles in them. We do the same types of things. So feel free to dig through our playlists, and, if there's a game that piques your fancy, we could probably help out with it. I'm the youngest ambassador. Yeah, I wish that was true. I don't think we're on the same page, though, Tech. I don't think we're on the same page. Oh, look at this. Litter. One. Litter. We got one mow is all we got, though. Oh. All right, so I don't really want to do the mowage. So I'm going to put Buddy on it. I mean, he's getting his fill for sure. And then, let's see, what do we got? What's the highest paying... $40. Okay, this one. Put me on this one, and let's put her on this one, and then we're off. Yeah, I mean, Kirsten, you should apply to be an ambassador there. I mean, assuming you would want to play any of those games. I mean, some of them are pretty, like, I watched, like, the racing game and stuff. I was kind of like, I'd love to do racing, but Paw Patrol Racing seems very basic. Like, I don't even know if there's drip. Like, it seems real young, right? And not a bad thing. It's great that there's games for all ages. Just not sure how much of that I will be playing, right? Peppa Pigs? Absolutely. They have a weird rating scale, too. It's actually kind of the more you provide their content, the more you get. So, like, you have to, like, do so many streams or so many uploads or whatever, and, like, you get more and more privileges and more access and more. So it's kind of like an incentive to do more. It's not a bad program at all, but it definitely motivates people to like puke out stuff. And I feel like if content is getting, like, massively produced and yeeted out, it might be lagging in quality control a little bit. And I'm not, I don't know, I haven't really watched anybody, or I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying, like, for me especially, like, often, it's no secret that I actually reuse a lot of, like, text and quick links and stuff like that. And so sometimes I'll write down, like, the character that you unlock and the time that it's unlocked, but I'll forget to, like, update the name of the mission. That actually happened to me this morning. A viewer messaged me and said, hey, it's not a big deal, but, number 7 on this video is actually mislabeled. And so I was able to change the quick link in the YouTube text, but I wasn't able to go and update the video itself because, sadly, it's, like, rendered that way. And I'd have to re-render it and then delete the video that's up with the views and the comments and then re-upload it. And I'm not doing that just because of one thing. But so far, that's, like, one of the rare times that I seemingly have made a text mistake. It happens, right? I mean, I'm human. I think so, anyways. I claim to be a bot a lot, so there is that possibility. All right, so this is getting a little bit frustrating. We're missing one piece, and it's frustrating. Oh no, there's a goose on the loose. That's another game I want to play, is the Untitled Goose Game. That seems like a goat simulator type of game, where you're running around, like, honking and doing weird stuff, solving problems for people. Would have thought you would be I mean, you don't know what goes on behind the scenes, Kirsten. Oh, come on. There it is. Kevin, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we played Deer Simulator. That one was fun. That one was a lot of fun. In fact, we platinumed that. Reese and I. It was fun. All right. Well, all right. Let's see here. I mean, we got to be, was that 3 now? 4 now? Let's get some mileage in, huh? Let's get some mileage in. So, I think I need to, let's get these maintained real quick. See, I knew it. Man, why does she get to do the litter? All right, we're actually going to get our mow on. Can you believe that? But not before grabbing some crap first. I feel like we need to get some miles in. I mean, realistically, miles will probably happen on their own. Really? Oh, you know what? I didn't even look. We're probably past July 4th now, which is good. But man, could you imagine if you missed that trophy? Coming back around, like you play like, you know, 120, 130 contracts, 150, whatever it ends up being. And just to like miss it and have to start all over. Speaking of starting all over, there's a show on HBO called The White Lotus. Had a full season about a year and a half ago, a year ago. Wacky, crazy show about a resort destination and like these 5 or 6 family couples, groups, whatever you want to call them, that show up and you know, just their different experiences kind of behind the scenes and the show starts off right away. It's kind of like a murder mystery in a way too, because the show starts off right away. And it's the end of the trip, and you get to meet like one of the cast members, and they're having a talk with some random people, and you find out a few things, like somebody died, and they had to bring the person back on the plane with them, so everyone's like super uncomfortable with it, and then it does the whole 2 weeks earlier thing, right? I'm not seeing this last piece anywhere. And, you know, there's a ton of people in it. Steve Zahn's in it. Alexandra Daddario's in it. There's other people, too, that are in it. And there's a guy that plays the concierge. His name's Armand in the show. Such an amazing character. Like the way it happened, like being in that position of like, it's sort of like the manager, concierge, whatever it is. Everybody comes to him for everything, and it's just crazy. The whole show's good. So there's a new season out, and we started re-watching it, the first one, just to kind of get caught up. They're not related at all. It's like completely different vacations and different people, and in fact, even a different White Lotus location. But you know, if you're into adult humor, and there is a little bit of nudity, not a lot, but there is a little bit of nudity. It's pretty hilarious. Like, I've enjoyed it quite a lot. So much we're watching it again. All right, I got 7 minutes to find this last piece of crap, which probably is a piece of crap. We already talked about that. Those hide the best. Somebody didn't scoop. So, like, where is this thing? I mean, the draw distance always allows me to cheese it. But I am not seeing it. Which tells me it's got to be on, like, the back side of somewhere. Oh, there it is! I see it. See, that cheese works. One of your videos was misleading. Oh, you're back with that, huh? You're back with that? Why did I trick you in the video? we're back again, huh? Yet another. I'm getting that same energy again. Anybody else feeling that? Lower deck. Well, 7 to 8. 7. All right, perfect. Yeah, I feel it, Tags. I feel it. What's up, Martin? Welcome to the stream. You know, I didn't even think about it, too. I actually have sort of a person on Instagram that keeps messaging me more or less the same thing now that I'm putting it together. Like, it's crazy the amount of effort that some people put in to attempt to harass, or I don't even know what the end goal is. And I'm not 100% sure that's what's going on here, but it certainly feels like it. Same energy as last week. Same exact energy. Same wording almost, too. It'd be very coincidental if it wasn't. Like, I'd be super surprised. Super duper surprised. Sorry about that, Flower. Didn't mean to. Okay, what am I stuck on? A flower? Can I? Thank you. I didn't feel like my stuff was on the wall, but maybe it was. So I'm probably going to have to hit this with the string trimmer. Because, I mean, there's quite a bit along this line. Otherwise, I'm going to be bouncing and destroying this mower all the way. I mean, doesn't sound like me. Up. Woo! Well, the new video just has so much lies in it. Yeah, I feel you, man. That was actually my goal. We're actually, did you know that at the first of the year, we're changing our name to Happy Lies Gaming? That's totally what we're doing. And you just show us what to do with every character, not just one. Yeah, Totally. Some advice? You should totally follow along with the playlist and not just jump into a video and then get mad at me because you don't have the things that we've already done. Second of all, I could be wrong, but I'm feeling like you're the same kid that was in here last week threatening to kill my family. You're skating on thin ice, my guy. I don't normally ban anybody but bots or people who are very aggressive and malicious. And you're bringing the same type of energy that somebody last week brought. And it's very, like I could take criticism, but like telling me I'm a liar and like saying that I'm misleading you when that's not the case. I'm sorry you feel that way, but like trying to attack people, I don't know why that's such a thing these days. Like, if you don't like the videos, jog on. Go watch somebody else's. If you don't like my voice, mute. You don't need to comment to me and tell me these things. Like, seriously, you guys are all better than this. All of you. Like, I don't understand why this is a thing. Beyond that, though, I highly recommend following our playlist because there are lots of things that happened for a reason. And if you don't follow that advice, I can't be as much of help as I could be. I won't be able to determine why you do or do not have things. I will not be able to help you figure out that, oh, you are out of order, you missed a planet, or whatever. If I misspell something, if I say something wrong, totally call me on it. But don't act like I'm misleading you on purpose. Get out of here with that nonsense. Yeah, there's definitely been a misunderstanding. We won't get into details of where that happened, but... And again, the wording that you used is like almost copy and pasted from last week. So, I'm gonna have a hard time. And this isn't the first time somebody's came in on an alt account and tried to speak the same stuff. So, I mean, again, I've been doing this for over a decade. I'm not new. I'm not soft. Like, I'm here to help. But there are some limits. Woot! You know, do they have... No. I was thinking that I had IP addresses available to me. Hey, Preston, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully you enjoy our content. That's something that I feel like at some point should be available to us. Because then we'd be able to see, like, okay, this is an... And obviously there's proxies and things like that. But I mean... the amount of effort that people put in to like try and misdirect or whatever sometimes, right? Like, because we know that some people have 4, 5, 6 accounts and they'll show up on all 5 or 6 of them, right? Like trying to act like they're not the same person, but have the same wording, the same energy, the same, you know, same problem. And they think, oh yeah, we're just going to believe that they're all the same person. All these people have the same problem for the same reason. Totally. I don't like the angle that the mower's at right now. Like I'm sort of leaning to the right, but the camera doesn't really, like it's leaning too, right? Like, so it's kind of hard to tell, like if I'm online or if I'm off a bit or what's going down there. I should have looked at my mileage before I started. I think I had 29 miles, 28 miles to accumulate. And I'm sure I'm only going to get like 1 mile here, right? Like maybe 2, maybe 2. Yeah, and for what it's worth, chat, like I appreciate. Like, if you guys want to try and get to the bottom of it and figure it out, that's fine. But just know that I'm you know, if there's a direct question or something that I can help with, I'm all about helping. But if it's literally an accusation that I've done them wrong, I'm not going to entertain it anymore. Like I already feel like it's the same kid that threatened my family because of this same issue last week. Wasn't it not the same thing? Maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but I feel like there was a character that was used in the video that he didn't have, and he threatened to kill my family for it. Was telling me that I better sleep with one eye open, and that I better watch out, and that my son better watch out. Because I used a character they didn't have in the game. And then they tried to apologize and told me it was a misunderstanding. Which is interesting because, again, the wording that's being used here is almost exactly the same wording that was used last week. So, again, I'm not worried about it. If there's a question, sweet. One of the mods will help. I can help. Beyond that, though, don't waste your time. And mods, you know how I roll. If it's more of a nuisance than it is a help, swing, better, swing. And if there's a complete misunderstanding and it's not, then you know I'm the first to step back and apologize, but so far I don't think there's been anything that leads to that. Basically, no, it's official. I am being toxic. There's no basic. There's no question about it. Like, again, I am pretty convinced that this is the same situation as last week. And I don't think, let's see here. Let me just check real quick. I'll entertain this for another second. Yeah, there's no, I'm not seeing a denying. I see I've never met you before, but there's no denying. Oh, Michael, what's up, man? Sorry to hear that. I'm just seeing your comments. Sorry to hear that, Michael. Yeah, and again, this is the last I'm going to entertain it, and if there's more confusion or accusations, I will just hide the user from the channel. If you have a question for me, if there's something specific I can help out with, I'd love to try and help. If there's just this runaround and it's just finger pointing and you're mad about a character, you know, there's going to be chances that you don't have a silver brick breaker that I do. But that's why I say pull out your favorite astromech, R2, BB8, BB9, right? Like, pull out your favorite villain character. Like, if you don't have the one character, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Now, did you watch our preparing for free play videos? Because that'll actually help you find some of the people that we do use and stuff too. So there's a lot of information out there, and you have to remember, I get attacked on stream probably, I don't know, maybe not once a week, but enough that it's become annoying, right? And last Thursday, or no, it was Wednesday. Last Wednesday, we had somebody in here with the exact same problem. The exact same problem. And they threatened to kill me and my family over it. So, again, like I said, there could be some confusion on my end, but there's no denying it, really. There's no question being asked. It's the same nonsense. So, if there's a question, I'd love to help. But you're not asking any questions. Not at all. You'd rather say I'm being toxic to you than actually ask a question. Is there something that we can help you with? Or are you just here to point fingers? That's my question to you. Again, I'll stop being toxic if there's a question that removes me from the toxicity. Otherwise, I see Martin has a question. What's up, Martin? What's your question? I mean, it's pretty simple. Like, I'm not a mean person. I do jump to conclusions sometimes, and sometimes I'm wrong. But I have a pretty good track record of seeing through a lot of stuff. We've seen a lot of people try to fool me with alt accounts and stuff. And, you know, again, when I start saying things like, if there's a question, I'd love to help. The questions don't get asked. I just feel like there's no question to begin with. So prove me wrong, and I'll apologize. I mean, it's as simple as that. No motion sickness at all. So far, too, I haven't been going in, like, straight circles either, which may or may not have been the factor. Like, I think that last week I had something going on. Like, I was definitely fighting, like, some sinus stuff, and I actually have been on a high regimen of Sudafed for the last couple of days, and, like, my tooth, like, I think I told you guys, like, I could feel my pulse in my tooth at times. Like, I had, like, some swollen sinus cavities and stuff. It was really rough. Really rough. And honestly, I may have had something that I passed on to the wife, or vice versa, or it may not be related at all. At all. So, I mean, I don't see any questions coming in, but here, hold on. I got a question. Hold on. I sent you a message raised. All right. Little modular question. Suppose I could have sent it to Kirsten too, but. So no questions, obviously, huh? Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Copy. Paste. Wait a minute. What? What the heck? What? That was weird. I like copied something. Copy, and then paste. But when I paste it, okay, there we go. That was right. %. I need to get moving here. I've been like doing slow time with the, oh, what the crap? Now I'm getting errors again. Saying the audio stream bitrate is too low. I mean, I feel like this mower is loud as can be. Ah! Did I miss any? No. A can't opener? Love it. I love it. So and now that we're like beyond the problems or whatever, so just to be clear, that person was upset that I used a character that they didn't have, right? That's what was said. I haven't bought any characters that, like, the only one that I bought is Django. So I feel like that person didn't even finish story. and is trying to do free play or free roam? Because I was thinking about that. Like, I don't think I've bought any characters. I know that, I guess, in one of the free roams, there were those 6 characters in that room, and 3 of them we already had, and the other 3 I had to buy. So I guess technically I'm wrong when I say I haven't bought any characters, but that just happened in the last 3 or 4 planets. But that's what was being said, right? Alex, I hate myself, but not enough to play. What? You're missing out, Alex. This game is amazing. You must have grown up with like a giant yard that your parents made you mow all the time or something. So amazing, Bobby says. Hey, did you get your shirt yet, Bobby? And bro, I don't even want to say it. You already know what I'm thinking. I don't even want to say it. But damn, the Suns are back on top with another hit. Man, they've been playing well this last week. Like real well. My Blazers, we won't talk about that. They're doing all right. Now the Dame's back, I think we're in much better shape. But, you know, we definitely fell off. All those things. Are the Blazers for real? Nope. Nope. They are not. Yeah, and I didn't watch any of the World Cup stuff, but I did see that USA got bumped by the Netherlands. It was a good run. Maybe next time. I see that, and like other football news, I saw that Cristiano Ronaldo, I don't remember what team it was, but there's a team that offered him $100 million per season. And they want to sign him for like 3 seasons or something. Ching, 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 ching. Like, that's crazy. 100 million? I mean, most of us together, added up, in this chat right now, all added up times 2 probably wouldn't even make 50 million. Unless, I mean, I don't know. I just know I ain't rich. And I don't plan on being rich. I mean, I'd like to be. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm choosing not to be. I just don't know that that'll be in my future. And, hey, I hope it is for you. But, I mean, you know, like my dad's a golf professional. He's done pretty well for himself. He married a woman who, we didn't know this at the time, but apparently had some pretty wealthy backgrounds as well. And sadly, both of her parents have passed away, and that money has trickled down. And so, I know, my dad's pretty well off, really, but not one professional game goes by where he's not bitching about how these professionals make so much. Like, Damian Lillard makes in 20 minutes what I make in 5 years. You know, like, they make a lot of money. And I mean, $100 million a year is insane amounts of money. I mean, and I know those football stadiums, they pack in a ton of people. They sell tons of beer, like merchandise and all of that. Like, you know, I think I would probably say that European football, soccer, is probably the most profitable sport out of them all. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm really just sort of guessing from what I know. But I feel like, and if Nam was here, he'd tell me for sure. Because he knows all that kind of crap. And if he doesn't know, he'll Google just to prove me wrong. Like, he never puts in effort unless it's to prove me wrong. And then it's like the effort is like, there sees no bounds. It's just, it's crazy. But yeah, 100 million. Jeez. I know that there's some basketball players, you know, like even Damian Lillard for the Blazers. He's expected to make like mid 50 millions in the next couple of years of his contract, which is a ton. But I feel like the football season is a lot shorter than a basketball season. How many, I don't know this. How many games in a season of like European football do they play? It's less than 82, right? Because I know that hockey and basketball, I think, are the most games played, and they're both 82 in a season. I think. Kevin, just want to say thank you for hard work. Lego Star Wars guy, follow from the beginning, the very first. Awesome. That's awesome. Hey, Kevin, thank you for the support. Glad we could help out. Much love. You know, and it sucks because a lot of players want to play the game as much as possible and then jump in and then use the videos for help. That certainly is an option, but it definitely changes the dynamics of things. Like, you know, it like I was saying earlier, it's harder for me to know in some cases like how to help, what you have, what you don't have. Like I got somebody asking me this morning, where's the 5th brick? Okay, is it you know, in this particular case, it was Lego Harry Potter. I knew that much. But is it gold brick? Is it the red brick? Is it, you know, like in the 5th brick? Is it the 5th in like a free roam area? Is it the 5th brick, red brick on the wall in the purchasing outfit? Like what are we talking here? Like, I don't know. And often I get like, I'm all the way down to 1 brick. What's the last brick? Where's the last brick at? And I'm like, man, I had 250 bricks. I wish I knew. You know, I wish I knew which one it was you were missing. Now, some games have a couple of bricks that are kind of notoriously known for being missed. Or like half a percentage is missing because of a vehicle didn't get purchased. Like all the characters were purchased, but sometimes vehicles get overlooked because you got to tab over or whatever. So there are some things in very rare occasions that we can sort of guess, and the guesses are pretty much an educated guess. But there's so many times where I don't know. So following along is definitely always recommended, but I get that not everybody wants to listen to me. I mean, there's 150 plus videos for Lego Star Wars The Skywalker's like, that's crazy. And I'm not done yet. They're still coming out. 150 plus. I mean, Dimensions is the only one that's really rivaled that. I know we've had some other big playlists, but like, and Dimensions actually has multiple playlists. So I think ultimately Dimensions is still larger because we got like the build instructions. We got the, you know, just story, just the trophy guide stuff. So I did like, just so if you didn't have anything but the starter pack, you could still follow along and get everything and get 100% on the trophy list, right? And then I had all the collectibles, all the mini kits, and then we had, you know, free roam streams, which, you know, those were kind of crazy. Thinking about getting back into those. Doing it all over again on the Xbox. Man, you know how much stuff I'm gonna like be like needing help with? Like, and forgetting like which character does this? What? How do I do that? Like, I'm serious. Like, there's gonna be so much brain farting. Brian farting. Brian brain farting. You know, but like I was saying earlier, I've been getting some Instagram messages with that same type of comment, same wording almost too. You know, why are you misleading us? Like, I'm kind of like mad about something, but not really clear about why, right? And this last one I got, like, it was talking about a mission, saying that I'd done a mission that wasn't available to them yet. And I tried to explain to them, like, well, you know, there is an order that is kind of preferred for the game in order for these things to pop up, so you might have to backtrack and go find some stuff. Like, I was genuinely trying to help, you know? And they're like, yeah, I just don't understand what, and they were like, you don't understand. You went ahead of where you were supposed to be. And I was like, how are you telling me where I'm supposed to be? Like, I don't understand that. Like, where, like, what's your reasoning? You know, like, where, why, how are you coming to this conclusion? And no answer, no response. A couple days or a week goes by and I get another message. You didn't finish this area. Kef Beer has more stuff to do. You need to go back and do it. You didn't 100% it. And I was like, what? The crash site? Where, like, all the boxes and all the, like, and so I went back and, like, triple checked that I wasn't missing something, and no, it's done. It's 100%. And I got it all. And so then I had to ask, like, did you watch the video? I mean, I guess if they just looked at quick links, there's no defined point in the links that say travel to Death Star remains or Death Star 2 crash site or whatever it is labeled as. So, I mean, maybe that's what happened. I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt here, but it's like, it's weird and sort of like maddening when people are like, they don't even watch or read or listen, and they're like, you did it wrong, you liar, right? It's like, whoa. Like, did you watch the video? No. Well, watch the video, it'll explain it. Oh, okay. You know? And sometimes things get overlooked. Like the other day, my friend Jay was like, hey, I've been following along and I'm looking at your list and it says 7 characters, but there's 8 in the area. How do I get this 8th one? And I was like, well, it's been a long time since I played. And I started just breaking down some possibilities. And he's like, oh, crap, here it is. I just found it. I was like, oh, sweet. So it was technically in the video, but it was in a weird, it was doubled down. So there was double quick link. So, I mean, it's easy to miss things too. But like asking, like Jay came to me and was like, hey, can you help me? Versus, dude, you're a liar. I'm gonna murder your family, sleep with one eye open, right? I mean, huge difference in presentation. Huge. I might go to the next, oh, that'd be dope, Tegs. Yeah, I couldn't be around that many people. It'd be too much for me. Old man Brian brain overload. Jizz. 38%. So it looks like I'll probably finish this right about the time it's ready to split for BRB. Now, I do want to put it out there that I you know, as I mentioned earlier, my wife is homesick today. Currently, she's doing us all a huge favor. Rather than laying in bed and sleeping all day, she's actually laying on the couch, which is not nearly as comfortable, and, you know, more sounds, people coming and going, you know, the dogs by the window barking at people walking by. And so I did tell her, I said, you know, hey, if it's too much to ask or you feel like you need to get some sleep and the bed is the place for you, you got 2 options. You can either come up and pile into bed and just lay there. Nobody will judge you, or I won't have any problems. Everything will be fine. Or I can cut it short if you don't want to hear me flapping the whole time you're laying there. And she said she thought she would be fine, but I'm just putting that out there as a possibility that may happen. But, you know, because Friday ended up being a scratch, and I know that with, you know, Christmas coming up soon towards, you know, a couple weeks down the road, I do feel like there will be a day or 3 that I won't be streaming. And so I just want to make sure that we don't miss too many days. Because as you know, things have not been that wonderful the last month or 2 analytically. But, you know, we're doing okay. And as long as we keep doing what we're doing, we should be great. So I have been noticing, too, that, you know, as I've been telling you, as I get older, motion affects me differently. You know, and I have once or twice gotten motion sick while playing some games, right? Like, sometimes I'll play a game 7, 8, 10 times, and it won't be till the 9th or 10th time that something like that happens to me, and I don't really have an explanation for why. But one thing that I have noticed that's sort of becoming more of I don't know if I'd call it a problem, but it's definitely an annoyance. And my wife is convinced that this might be like some early signs of like dementia, which would suck because I'm not even 45 yet. I'm too young for dementia. But you know, like for example, I'll be driving the car, right? And I'll come to a stop, and I'll stop at a red light. And as I'm just sitting there looking at the red light stopped, like my peripheral view will sort of still almost feel like it's moving, right? Like, and often I'll push on the brake harder because I feel like, oh crap, I don't have the brake down far enough. I'm actually moving, right? And sometimes I'll look over and it'll be like the car next to me, like moving, you know, pulling forward or you know, whatever, right? Inching forward, inching back. But most of the time it's just a me thing. So it's like that momentum gets comfortable in my brain, and then like when I stop, it doesn't. It's not to a point where like I'm uncomfortable driving or anything like that yet, but like, I mean, come on. It just keeps hitting me. But even just like a minute ago, I brought it up because I was moving, and then I stopped and I looked over, and for like a half a second, my body still kind of felt like it was moving. And like right now, I'm seeing the grass kind of slowly, like the screen almost appears to be slowly moving forward. So like I'm definitely getting into some neurological weirdness. And you know, my grandfather had Parkinson's. Probably not relatable. I don't know if dementia and Parkinson's are on like the same, you know, if they're in the same family tree or if they're like way distant cousins or not even related at all. But definitely not awesome, you know. Lego Indy 2 is out. What? Is there another? Oh no, not. Sometimes glasses do that. So when I'm driving, I generally don't use my glasses unless it's nighttime or the sun is out, and then I've got sunglasses on, which are prescription. And then at night, very much so. I don't feel comfortable driving at night anymore without my glasses. I mean, I can do it. It's doable, but everything's blurry, and I like the crispness. Very much interested in crisp. So, yeah, you know, it's definitely another thing of getting older. Ooh, on a side note, completely side note, unrelated altogether. And I don't know what made me think of this right now, but it did. I have reached out to the Tudester to sort of try and lock down confirmation about his. Remember last week? Remember at the game break? He was like, "Oh yeah, Thursdays is gonna work. I'm good." Right? Whatever he said, I don't remember. That wasn't the exact words he used, but like he was thinking that Thursdays would work. And then Chacho even screenshotted it. Was like, "We got you, bro. We got you." So I'm trying to reach out to confirm that, and whether we will play Insurgency Sandstorm or whether we might venture out and try to like get Kirsten involved and play some Ghostbusters. I'm not exactly sure yet, but you know, I figure 3 people and 1 bot's probably close enough. I know Greg might have it too. I don't know if we can afford to have more than 1 ninja on stream at a time though. As I already mentioned earlier, I was ninjaing around the room trying to be quiet while my wife slipped in. You know, and there's possibilities of Reese too, and that 4th player may flux a bit, right? And there may be a day where maybe Greg and Reese both play with us, and we've got a full room where somebody can be the ghost and the other 4 can chase them down. So, you know, there's definitely options there, but I won't know until we sort of get confirmation from Tude. But I also don't want to put any pressure on Tude either, right? Like, if he's available and he wants to join, excellent. If he's got stuff going on and he's just not feeling it or whatever, then I don't want any pressure. I know that in the past that has been a problem for at various times for different people, right? Like, you know, I know that, like, for example, Gary felt very pressured. I am sometimes blind to things I say or do as being pressure. You know, and sometimes I guess maybe I make a joke and I'm really just kidding and it gets taken serious too. I mean, there's various reasons that this happens. But, you know, I when I reached out to Tude, I let him know. I was like, hey, bro, like, there's no pressure here. I just want you to know that, like, if Thursdays is open or if Tuesdays is better or whatever, you just let me know and I will try to make it work. But if you're not interested or don't have the time, like, that's all you got to say and I won't ask anymore. You know, so I just want it to be known that, you know, I greatly appreciate the players who play with me and that it's never, like, anybody's fault or, like, if I don't get to stream one day, right? Like I think that was part of what sort of chased Gary away. And I don't know this for sure. I know real life kind of took over in some ways, too, for him. But, you know, I feel like there was lots of days where he and Joey would sit there and try to help me find games. Todd was in that boat a lot too, where we'd like dig through game after game after game, trying to figure out like what game are we going to stream today? What game's going to be fun for us to play? Something that the viewers would want to watch and that maybe has, you know, some co-op and some longevity to it. Like, you know, you start weeding out those games real quick, and then before you know it, you're like, sort of circling around the same things and going, God, did we run off land? And so, you know, I just want to make sure that everybody's cool. Dragon Girl, what up? There's no trophy that's currently glazed. Oh, there is one. What is it relating? Just out of curiosity. Is it like, you know, play a Slimer or, you know, create a match? Is it like something that's easy? I mean, I'm sure it'll get patched and fixed at some point, but I'm just curious as to what it is. Whoa. What's going on? See something about Oh Daddy? Is that like Go Daddy? Oh Daddy? What? Or is that like the prequel to like bringing sexy back? Bow, 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 now. Oh, what's that? SpongeBob is a sponge. He lives on the sea. Interesting. So, there's a couple of games coming out. Oh man, there's a couple of games coming out on VR that I'm curious about, which immediately reminded me of a meme I've seen, and I meant to snag it and pass it on, but I knew Kirsten would probably throw me on mute and not talk to me for the rest of the day if I passed it on to her. But it made me want to ask some questions, really. It was about Horizon, and it was like a stack of rectangular pictures. It was Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West, Horizon whatever the new VR one is called, right? And then it has the bottom's rectangle. It says Horizon, but it's not the same font. So I feel like it's a completely different game. I feel like it's a completely different... And I feel like that's what the joke of the meme was. And it said, wow, this game went to crap fast. And so it has Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West, Horizon VR, whatever that one's called, and then the alternate Horizon. And it had, you know, Aloy as the picture as part of the rectangle. And then the bottom one was Mark Zuckerberg. And it was something coming to MetaQuest, or like there's a Horizon something MetaQuest or Horizon Quest or something. And so it made me wonder, like, is that really part of the Horizon franchise on MetaQuest, or is it completely unrelatable, just the same name? And then the bottom part said, the best part is when you get to unlock Zuck and run around and take out the robots or something. I don't remember exactly what it said, but it said something about like, this game really gets OP when you unlock Zuck or something like that. I thought, wait a minute, Mark Zuckerberg made it into Horizon? That doesn't seem right. What up, Chacho? Welcome back, bro. So yeah, you guys mentioned that you liked the thumbnail today too. This is actually 3 pictures spliced together. So there's the background picture, right? Like we saw that one a couple weeks ago from a less zoomed in point of view, a little bit more ambience and scenery available. So I zoomed in to like just the cabin. And then I went to the Eco Update, the first Eco Update thumbnail that I used that had just the 3 mowers on it, right? And so I cut that mower out and I slapped the mower onto the driveway. I actually put it on the drive, so it was over kind of right in front of those pots, like right behind the Eco Update text. That's where it started, right? And then I like ended up going to another one of my thumbnails that I'd used a long time ago, and I was sitting on a non-eco mower. So I thought, I can't use that. So I cut myself out from that, and then I sort of spliced it down onto, so there's like 3 different thumbnails that have been used before that were merged together to create this one. So then once I got my body onto, and pay no attention to my feet, because I don't have any, when I got on the mower, I realized that just the way everything was, the lighting and everything, and it looked weird sitting over on the road, and there was grass showing on the wheels because the original mower pick that I cut out had grass under it. So I couldn't put the mower I cut out onto the dirt road. I had to put it onto the grass, and the only place to put it on the grass was on the far left side. So then I had to flip it, so I mirrored it. So it was actually quite the challenge, and I was grateful to accept it. And I feel like, although, you know, I got big head mode on, which was kind of part of the joke, you know, it turned out all right. I mean, it's laughable, but it's also pretty decent. Best thumbnails on YouTube. Hey, I appreciate that. That was one of the things that was driving me nuts. You know, I mentioned that there's like 150 ambassadors in that chat on Discord for Outright Games. And they were all posting their thumbnails and sharing. So it's just like, oh, my thumbnail's right here. Here's my thumbnail. And it's like they're just comparing and sharing and like, oh, my thumbnails are ghetto compared to yours. Yours are mint. You know, all these like compliments and like, you know, oh, you know, if you tried this, you could do this. So, I mean, it's just like constant feedback. And it's like bling, 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 bling. I'm like, ah. So I'm going to have to like talk to them because I definitely have plans to do some stuff. But like, I am not nearly as available and wanting to be as available as a lot of these people are. And I don't know how much it's really you know, like back and forth chat's cool. You meet new people, you learn some things, you might pick up some new followers, you know, but I mean, ultimately, like, let's be honest, I'm not trying to farm subs at this point. Like, I've got a fair base of subs. I'm trying to farm active viewers. That's, if anything, that's what I'm after. You know, 181,000 subs is great, but when only 300 of them are really that active, it's not nearly as cool, right? So there's part of me that would really rather only have 1,000 subs with half of them being super active versus 180 and being accused of like paying for subs or something, right? Because that's something I used to get a lot too. I don't see that as much anymore, and I'm not sure why that has stopped. But I assure you, I have never and ever paid for any of that. And I've always steered clear of it. Like, sometimes I get tagged on Twitter and things like that, like, hey, increase your viewership by paying for it. And I always remove myself and block and report to people because I don't want nothing to do with that. A long time ago, I had an ad campaign placed on a Simple Machines forum, an old message board, an SMF forum. Most of you are probably too young to even know what an SMF forum is. But they were big, and I was able to customize and make, like, I could get one and make it my own, put my own logos, do my own everything, and then I had pretty active groups of people that would, you know, frequent. So I love those. Well, I had so many people, like hundreds of people that were on there daily, all day long, chatting back and forth, just like I was talking about those other Discord peoples. You know, 20 years ago, it was way different. And I put an ad campaign down there, and within a month, I made like $200. I was like, wow, this is way more than I ever thought I would make. Well, then I got a notice from Google, and they banned me and said that I had fraudulent ad clicks and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't do anything. Somehow somebody else did, or something reported, or somehow the forum, maybe a PHP query came back with too many returns, or I don't know what happened ultimately, but I've always been scared of that stuff. So I've been very much a rule follower on all of that. You know, like, I didn't even use the promote feature when they were doing that. I don't think you can promote anymore. You might be able to, but I don't notice the button at all anymore. But you used to be able to go and pay Google to promote your video. So it would like be like a sponsored ad and show up in people's feeds. But I always figured like you had to pay for like 1,000 views, and 1,000 views is what the marker is for making money. And the money to pay for 1,000 views was always like 10, 20 bucks, but the payout back was always like $5 or $6. So it was always like, wait a minute, I'm losing money on this big time. And I mean, whether or not there was any residual retention, I don't know, you know, because I mean, out of those 1,000 people, they may have all been new eyes, and those new eyes may have showed up every day for the next however many years, and it may have really helped. I don't think that's how it worked, though, so I never really did any of that. And I did that with Facebook, and they told me, oh, you'll get like 1,500 to 2,000 impressions, and you'll get this many clicks, and blah, 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 blah. I got like 400 impressions, like 27 clicks. So like not even a tenth of what they told me I would get. And they're like, hey, you want to sign up for another one? I was like, H to the no. No, thank you. So, you know, I just never really got into that stuff, and I've never really had any success. And, you know, beyond being accused of it, which doesn't do me any good, right? Like, first of all, if they're bots or dead accounts, YouTube removes them. Like, that's, people always forget about that. Like, every month I lose probably 500 subs, 100 to 500 subs every single month. And it's because of invalid, reported, bot, whatever. There's like all this list of things, and they remove them. They do a purge once every, I think it's actually once every 3 months they do a purge. But, they definitely, like, every month I see tons that I lose, and it could be people just unsubscribing too. I know that over the weekend I actually unsubscribed to a few people on Twitter. Most of them were cryptocurrency based things. I'm not even sure how the crap I even got on those, but maybe like a crypto giveaway or I don't know. I really don't know how. But I've noticed that since I've removed those people over the weekend, I haven't gotten any crypto tags or anything on Twitter, which I was getting a bunch of them, having to report people almost daily, and like, because again, I don't want nothing to do with that kind of junk. I don't want Happy Thumbs being attached to like crypto giveaways and like things that probably aren't even real, right? And I know people have like very triggered feelings about like NFT involvement and stuff like that too, so I'm not trying to be in any of that. Dean, one day some kids will be like, son, go cut the lawn. Sorry, I'm busy playing the game. So, let's see here. I am feeling a little bit of motion sickness. Can't explain it. I can tell because I'm starting to get warm. I know it's getting close to BRB, so hopefully a 10-minute break or whatever will help. And I haven't even been like spinning around in circles that much, right? And it could just be like, I'm definitely having a moment of like hot flash though. Could be some digestive stuff. We had Krispy Kreme yesterday. Yeah, I ate a bunch of donuts. Probably not the best idea for me. But yeah, if I do end up having to shut it down today because of that, which I'm hoping I won't. I'm feeling okay still, but if I continue to get that feeling, I will likely remove this from the rotation. Which is weird, because I mean, how many hours and days have I played this game and been fine? And, you know, all of them have been on Mondays, right? I think there was one Monday that I got a little woozy, and in full disclosure, I think I had drank the night before, like little adult beverages. So, I mean, there may have been a connection there, but I promise you, I didn't have any adult beverages last night. I didn't do any of that stuff. Like, I went to bed early because the wife wasn't feeling well, like... and I am starting to cool off a little bit, so it might have just been a digestive thing. Sometimes I get those bubbles. We all get them bubbles, right? Or is it just me? It's not just me. Spinning around the rocks too, yeah, that might have something to do with it. And the glasses, you know, you suggest the glasses, so I took those off. But yeah, there's definitely a little bit of spinning around that, huh? I'm feeling more and more like it was like a tummy bubble, a dodgy tum. But yeah, when I get into these like closer turns and I'm sort of like continuously turning, that seems to be when the problem is. So I don't know if like going the other way helps. You know, like when you're a kid, you spin around and spin around and spin around, you get super dizzy, and you're like, all right, I don't want to be dizzy anymore, I'm gonna unspin myself, right? You unspin. So maybe I should just focus on like rotating, like do a pass this way, and then like do a weeble wobble, go back this way, Although that shimmy back and forth is probably potentially mind-boggling as well. No, like I'm feeling all right. I don't even have like my fan blowing on me or anything either, so like that's all good. It's all good. Those turns even bother me, do they? Yeah, you know, I mean, I try to not even think about it, right? But then like a few minutes will go by and all of a sudden I'll be like, wait a minute, why is my body temperature so much warmer than it was a minute ago, right? But no, I like whatever was happening is almost like fully subsided, so that's great news. Bucking Bronco. Okay. Ooh, and you know what? When I take my break, I might... All right, first of all, let me do something here. All right. Okay. So I switched controllers. So I got one of my older ones. I think I might rubber band it while I'm gone. There's a wireless controller found. Deal with it. Because just get some mileage up, right? Like, why not? Hopefully well, what I might do is I got 15 minutes. Just about, I don't know if I'm gonna get it. I got 29%. I don't know if I'll get that in 15 minutes. I mean, if it's really close, what I'd like to do is finish the job and then do some rubber banding so that I'm not like wasting time, because there's definitely a time limit and things like that, which at this point I don't think the RP will affect me in any way super, like, not negatively really, because I've already got my highest trophy rating that matters for RP, so I feel like I'm good there. But I mean, in the end, it might affect me in other ways. I might not make as much money, or contract availability might be different or something. Yeah, I should just go get that string trimmer and go to town, but if I don't have to do it, I don't want to do it, right? I learned that a couple of weeks ago, that like there's definitely things that you can preemptively do, but there's things that, like, you might not have to do, that if you preemptively do them, you're going to have to spend the time to do, but... Like, just hitting certain areas, like, along that garden right there. Like, I could hit it with the string trimmer, but I could just drive around it, too, right? Like, I feel like most of this road wasn't covered, which sucks, because I'm sure it's eating up my blade. Bucking almost sounded like a nut. Well, I got a story about that, but it's probably not safe for the live television. That used to be a fairly popular phrase back in the day. It had a little, probably closer to the meaning that you thought it might have had. How do I always end up with these shapes like Florida? Did that not just look like Florida? I just like chopped the leg off. That's what you get for having terrible internet. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's not all of Florida? That's just Teflon? We find out later Teflon's got like a Casio pocket watch internet plan that he's watching everything on. Casio pocket watch, come on. You know he'd appreciate that too. He'd be like, what? I used to have a Casio pocket watch. Fun fact, I used to have this watch. I remember one year for Christmas. I must have been in like 4th, 5th, maybe 6th grade, but I was in elementary school for sure because I remember getting in trouble with my music teacher for it. But there was a watch that I wanted, and it was a digital smartwatch, right? Like smartwatch from 1990, maybe 90, 89, 91, somewhere in that realm. It had 2 giant red buttons on it. Like, I wonder if I could find it, actually. I think it was a Casio running watch. Oh, let's see here. Retro Casio running watch. Okay, so I've seen some familiar ones. I don't see mine yet, though. I mean, I'll know it as soon as I see it. Giant red buttons on it. And it might not have even been... There it is! There it is! Okay, so it is. It was the Casio 1982. Okay, so I was off by a few years. How much is this? $99. Does it work? I might buy this. It's on eBay. Oh my God, the link to eBay is 398 characters. I can't even post it in the chat. What? All right, here, hold on. I'm going to do it a different way. Search, copy, paste in eBay, search that, all categories. Actually, wait, let's go ebay.com. Get rid of that super long search link. Yeah. Okay, here it is. This should be shorter. 439 characters. What? All right. Well, if you want to look it up, here is the name of it. But anyways, the whole reason I was telling you this is because I had one of these, and you could push one of the buttons, and it had like this little animation of a runner, right? It was like a side view of a runner. And like the legs would move. It was almost like, let your fingers do the walking kind of a thing, but it was like real. You can look at it if you Google it. Oh yeah, glasses off. But it would go, it had like kind of like a metronome. Every step it would go tick, tick. And you could make it go faster. Tick, 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 tick. And it was supposed to be like your beat or your rhythm for your footsteps, for your running, right? It was like a jogging, way state-of-the-art, futuristic awesomeness. But I mentioned Casio watch earlier, and that's what I came up with. Hey, what up, Dean? Welcome to the stream. The guy who owns the shop I get all my work done at. Name is Dean. Pretty nice dude. Some people refer to him as Mean Dean. I do not, though. Although we've had a few moments, everybody does. We're all human. We're good. He's taken pretty good care of me, and I've patted his pockets pretty well too, I think. I mean, thousands of dollars. So I'm wondering. I took my glasses off. What if that was the culprit to my motion sickness in this game? I feel like it was a digestive thing. I feel like I had a little, little bubble. Little bubble trying to cause some trouble. About to 100% LCU. Why am I brain farting that? LCU. I keep wanting to say UCH. Which Tyler wants to bring that back, and I'm all for it. I actually have a new friend that might join us for it, too. My buddy BHU420, the guy who's the only guy that ever shows up notifications of logging on and off on my console. Because if you notice, nobody, Tude doesn't show great, nobody shows up. I have nobody. But like 10 years ago, I put BHU on there as like one of the only people, and it still shows. We were just talking about that the other day. And by the way, big shout out to HTG Mark, too. His birthday was on the 3rd. So we just missed it. So happy birthday, Mark! But anyways, Lego City Undercover. That makes sense. I knew it. I just couldn't think of it. I kept wanting to. I was thinking Last of Us too. LOU, and I'm like LCU, LOU. Like, is that a typo? Like, cool. Last of Us, Lego City Undercover, same thing. No, that's awesome though. Lego City Undercover is my favorite Lego game to date still. I've enjoyed lots of other ones. Love Star Wars, love Dimensions, love all of them, really. I don't think I've really hated any of them. I think Lego Ninjagos and maybe Lego Movie 2. Probably, you know, some of my least favorites of recent times. All time, Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, probably towards the bottom of my list too. You know, they're for different reasons, right? Like I dislike Lego Movie 2 because of its formatting more so than I did the actual gameplay and stuff. Whereas I hated Lego Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit specifically because of like a lot of the gameplay, like the wizarding puzzles, just the mithril concept, the whole, I don't know. It's been a long time. It's probably way easier than I'm remembering it being, but like, I just remember being sort of not cool. First Lego movie, the best. You know, I like that one. That one is sort of short though too. Like that was my one sort of complaint about that one. And also, I will say this. And this isn't a shot at the developers, but I'm really disappointed in how they did the cutscenes for that game. You know, I've seen people refer to it as lazy. I don't think that's really what I would call it. But like the fact that they basically used the movie in the cutscenes made it impossible for creators to do anything with it. Players, probably pretty cool experience, especially if you haven't seen the movie, or maybe you love it. It's your favorite movie. You get to see the cutscenes in the game. But like why couldn't you have done like recreations of that instead of actually using the footage from the movie? The other day, I was going through some analytics, and I don't remember. Oh, I was solving some copyright stuff, and I clicked the copyright button because I thought that was a new button. I don't remember it being where it was. And all of a sudden, I had all these copyright things. I was like, what? How do I have all these copyrighted videos? And all of them are like, this is not a strike. This is just basically saying that you don't get any of the revenue for these, and all the revenue goes to somebody else. And even if it's a 4-hour stream and 8 seconds was copyrighted, all views, all money go to these other people. So I'm like going through going, man, what the crap? You know what I had a ton of? Lego movie videos. And I was like, what? Why? And I started looking, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. They used the movie as their cutscenes, which again, in some ways it makes for a pretty cool experience. And other ways, it's like, come on, man. You know? Like, come on. And I mean, the world has changed pretty significantly since that movie came out, right? Like, I mean, we've had a pandemic, we've had Copa, we've had, you know, we've had quite a few things that affect, you know, monetization and how things are handled, and yeah. And same with like Red Dead. You know, people have been asking me if I'm going to play Red Dead or any of that. You know, Grand Theft Auto when the new one comes out. You know, I'm not really known for playing those games, even on my own, right? But I've always sort of steered clear from them due to the stuff I got hit with, the strikes I got hit with early in our YouTube career. So I've always been leery about playing some of the more greasier stuff. But again, we're in a completely different realm now than we used to be. However, I still feel like a lot of people view the channel as like a family-friendly channel. And although I don't like that term, I prefer all ages. Because I mean, there is some innuendos. There is some adult language and content at times. Some of the games I do play have an R rating or mature rating, you know, like, and I like it that way. I like having flexibility. I like knowing that, you know, I don't have to cuss and be crass and downright greasy in order to entertain and play these games. Like you guys notice, I don't like, even in Apex, I very rarely bust out with any profanities or anything. However, this morning, when the internet wasn't working, you better believe a lot of profanities were flying out of my mouth yelling at Comcast. You know, so I am known for being, you know, fairly foul-mouthish, but I try not to include that. But, you know, I feel like I could probably play Red Dead and Grand Theft Auto and those games. You know, if I didn't highlight the strip club like I did the first time, you know, might have a little less problem. I may succeed tremendously now. Well, I mean, I did then too. I had 70,000 views in like 24 hours, and we only had like 10,000 subs, 15,000 subs, something like that. I mean, we had a handful of subs, but I mean, our views were well over the amount of people we had supporting us. And it happened in such a quick time too, right? Like, I mean, for all I know, it was one of the trending videos on YouTube for that time frame. Like, it could have been the way our video was performing. And I still have the video. I still think it's absolutely hilarious. I would love to re-upload it, but I actually tried to upload it on the back end and make it unlisted because I was doing a radio interview a couple years ago, and that was one of the topics we talked about. You know, before they sort of hit me with the question list, and you know, and like made sure it was all cool, and you know what I mean, like kind of preemptive like stuff with due diligence. And so we talked about it, and I shared the story with him. I was like, yeah, we got hit with the strike, and he was like, what? And so he's like, I would love to include that. I was like, all right, let me get you a copy of it. So I tried to upload it to my server, or to the YouTube server, and it was like, nope, this video's been banned. You can't upload it. I was like, that was like 8 years ago when that happened. How do you still have a record of that? And so I thought, you know, it's crazy how they have like the video. It's not like it was on the server and I re-uploaded it. Like, it was gone. They deleted it 7, 8 years ago. And then I tried to re-upload it. They still had a memory of it, which is crazy. So I had to go find another place to upload it. And so I sent it to him, and then he hosted it on his own server. And that was that. But it's hilarious. And I mean, it's very adult, right? Like, and I'm a younger Brian, so my voice is different. Like, I'm not as cautious, right? This is precaution Brian. So, like, there's really no holds barred. It's pretty hilarious. You know, and I'd love to share it with you guys in some ways, right? Like, some of you guys probably are fine watching it, old enough, not in any kind of, like, age factor that would affect anything. But at the time, I could understand, you know, a lot of our videos were like, although we were playing Call of Duty, we were playing, you know, and Jeremy was there, and Jeremy was like, I mean, so listen, we don't talk about Jeremy a lot, and there's not good reason for it, but it's sort of a respect thing, right? Like, you know, I don't see him, I don't talk to him, I don't know what's going on with him. You know, I got nothing but love for him, but like we're not really in each other's lives anymore. But that dude was like a room controller. You'd go anywhere with him, and within 10 seconds, he'd have everybody in the room. Their eyes would be on him, and he'd be making everybody laugh, and a lot of his stuff was fairly over the top, right? Like, I didn't find it annoying or wrong, but as far as the content that I normally put on YouTube, very different, right? But you go back and listen to some of those videos where, like, he's playing Final Fantasy or Dead Space or Call of Duty. I mean, there's a lot of references and a lot of wording that's, like I said, I wouldn't use it in today's world. And some of it comes back and haunts me every once in a while. I get a comment from somebody that says, like, how rude or how dare you, or, you know, but, you know, I mean, so back then we were free. I'm a peacock. You gotta let me fly. Oh, I'm sure, Chacho. Jeremy was a different breed, though. This isn't a comparison or anything, but, like, Jeremy is a different breed. And I would imagine he's the same, right? Like, he spent a large portion of his life in the Navy, and he's a pilot. He flies planes, and you know, he's definitely had a real, I mean, a hard but fun experience with life for the most part. You know, we've all had our ups and downs and stuff, but again, I as far as the last 5 to 10 years goes, very little information or connection with Jeremy. But dude is one of the funniest people I know, straight up. But, like I said, the funny comes with a lot of, like, you know, expletive words and, you know, fun stuff. Yeah, I'd imagine at some point our paths will cross and race. It's funny, I can't remember exactly where but he actually grew up, and his family lives fairly close to you. You know, sort of. I think he's more of on the Puget, the Sound side of Seattle. It's not on the islands, like he's not on Whidbey Island or any of that stuff, but like he's out like in between the Sound and Seattle, I think. And I don't know if that's where his wife and his kids are, because he has 2 kids. He has a daughter from a previous relationship, and then a son from. And I mean, shoot, he might have another kid by now, for all I know. Like, I haven't talked to him in a long time, but his boy should be 10, 9, 10. That's crazy. I mean, Reese is going to be 18 in like 5 weeks, 6 weeks. What? Yeah, it was funny. My mom's side of the family, we're meeting up with them for Christmas, and we always do Christmas Eve with them. But last year, my cousin and his wife did not come down. They moved to Spokane a couple of years back, like right before COVID, actually. And so they live in Spokane, which is quite a long ways away from us here in Salem. It's probably, what, 6-hour drive? 6-hour drive? So we don't see a lot of them anymore. And so last year they didn't make it. The year before was COVID. Maybe even the year before COVID too? I can't remember. Anyways, I can't remember if we had one Christmas with COVID or 2, but I feel like it was 2. Anyhow, we haven't seen them in a couple of years, right? And so Jillian reached out to him, and they have 3 kids. So we were like, hey, just checking in to see what your kids are into. We want to get them some cool gifts that they'll, like and not just want to return or throw away. And of course, the first response was, who's this? It'd been so long, she didn't even have Jillian's number programmed anymore. And so Jillian's like, oh, hey, it's me, Jillian. Like, it's my understanding that you're going to be, at the family get-together on 24th. And she's like, oh, yeah, I didn't realize we were celebrating with you. And it was kind of, the way it read, right, was fairly snooty. Probably not the way. She's a very nice lady. But, like, we're kind of like, oh, okay, then, well, so we'll go get the most rambunctious, annoying toys possible. Great, got it. Then she was, like, opening up, like, oh, no, I didn't realize that you guys were coming. And my wife's like, we're always there. You're the one that's not there, but that's a whole nother point. And so, anyways, trying to remember, there was actually an end game to this whole thing that I was telling you, but yeah, they're up in Spokane. God, what was it? There was another factor. Regardless, it's fun stuff. Holidays are here. Annoying toys are nearer. So we went out and got some annoying toys. We did. One's like super loud and obnoxious. The other one's contract complete. I didn't even see it say complete. See, I didn't have to do any of the string trimming stuff. Ooh, is it assassin gear? Did I say that right? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully you enjoy our content. Holy loud-a-toli. Glitch much? Bremerton. I want to say right outside of Bremerton. So it's like one of those, like, like, oh, we live here, which is right outside of here kind of a thing, right? I can't remember where it is. Let me see real quick if I can. He actually, like, he even took himself off Facebook and everything. Like, he has an account, but he changed his name. So, like for example, if you were to go look up his real name that he, like Jeremy, last name, right? If you knew it, you wouldn't find it. He has a different, completely different name, and I don't know what the connection or why or any of that. It's funny. Nom, Doug, Bummy, Bond, Gel, like all these are all my people. Paz, Hernando, Mark, HTG Mark. That's all his friends. See here about. Let me see if I can find out where. Anna Cortez. Anna Cortez, Washington. Am I saying that right? How about you show me the freaking map? I don't want to eat there. I want to see where the crap it is. So nearby cities, it says Bellingham. I guess Bellingham was probably the one they were closest to. So like I said, I mean, necessarily in your backyard, but heck of a lot closer than me. Mileage is ridiculous. What's the mileage? Low miles? Okay, I'm getting sidetracked here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll see you soon. Actually, let me get the crap out of here first. Wait a minute. How are we doing here? $1. So I wonder if I can... Chacho's out of here, huh? What are you doing? I saw Sega order showed up. Is my my jet set in there? What? All right. Hey, do you have a hair tie over there handy? Could you toss me one? Thank you. I'm gonna try to get some rubber banding going on here while I take my break. So I'm driving miles. It's probably gonna take me longer to let's see here, get this stupid thing set up. Wait! No! Okay, so I tagged the camera, not. Let me see if I can get this right. Kind of tricky. These PS5 controllers are tricky. Never do this on a controller that's worth anything to you either, by the way. Because sometimes it can mess with like buttons or the analog stick. Nope. This is what I'm going for right here. But I don't know if I can get that. It's like it just won't stay. Nailed it. All right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. So I don't feel like I got a whole bunch of mileage. But I mean, I surely got some, right? So that's fun. Can definitely make that happen off stream or whatever. Hey, well, for once I didn't come back to audio sounds are too low for stream. Please check your audio bit rate and blah, blah, blah. Because normally it'll error out and it'll shift the look. Because I got a little bar. It's so weird because I got the screen split, right? So I got like half my screen is slobs, half of it is Google Chrome. And so it's kind of smashing all of the stuff together. So it's got the chat sort of overwriting the analytics and the window, the preview window. And then the bottom, there's a scroller that I could scroll to see all of that junk. And so, anyways, definitely there. We are out of here. Oh, no, the game froze. Oh, so lucky. Like, it didn't fill up the bar or anything. Getting frustrated. YouTube's typing for you? I wish somebody would type for me. All right, let's go check my my miles. Five more contracts, so I've got... You guys, it didn't give me one friggin' mile. Not even one. Not even one. The good news is I can set that up after stream and let that spin circles for days. And it should. So, I mean, it just goes to show you that in what, 5 minutes that I was gone and the entire area itself didn't accumulate for 1 mile, and I need 29 miles. That's a lot. All right, let's do some maintenance because I know there's some stuff that needs to be done. Anybody do anything this weekend? I never really asked anybody that. I know I mentioned that my weekend was pretty low, but didn't ask y'all. So we're good here? That's not right. Didn't this just get... Oh, no, we had two... That's right, that's right. We had 2 litas. Okay, so... I'm not going to worry about mileage. I'm going to try to get contracts and days done. See, look, we're on July 12th already. So if I can just keep doing these guys, and then I can keep putting these peoples on the bigger contracts, right? Keep on making money. I don't think I actually assigned her a job. Like, the way that happened... I think it's just me and Buddy. That's all right. Ooh, look at this. 1, 2. So I only got 1 ring for that, huh? That's fun. Hopefully it doesn't glitch out on me. Another thing I think I need to do is turn in all of the valuables. So that's something I'm going to have to start paying attention to because I don't think there's a tracking system. So I don't think there's a place I can go and say, oh, I need this one on this level. It's just going to be a memory thing. Like, do you remember picking that valuable up? Look at that! What? Oh, you're in Salem, huh? Huh. We were sick. Probably wouldn't have been good to meet up, or at least my wife is sick. But still, one of these days, we've got to figure out how we can make that happen. Shambon. Ooh, I did on another note too. I just remembered a friend of mine. You know, he used to be one of my. So he was like my best friend's, one of my best friend's roommates. And I spent a lot of time at this house, and they spent a lot of time at my house. We went Vegas together. We went all over the place together, like a beach all the time. And roommate was often around. And arguably, it was, you know, the roommates were best friends, and I was probably like right outside that circle. But sadly, my friend, our mutual friend, passed away probably 7-8 years ago. There was a weird story in that whole thing, but regardless, moving forward, the other guy had a pretty bad run-in with drugs, got clean, got married, had a couple kids, started falling back in with the drugs, sort of got divorced, but not quite. More of a separation. A bunch of stuff's happening. He's sort of rediscovered faith, has been spending a lot of time with the church and the people, and it's been doing a tremendous amount of good for him. And his girl and him are still split. And on Saturday, she got in a really bad car accident with both their kids. And like the car flipped like 3 times, I guess, and like it hit a patch of ice. And luckily, they all walked away. The oldest boy has a broken wrist and 2 fingers broken. As far as I know, no other broken bones or internal injuries. Amazing. So like it's kind of crazy. We were telling Reese, like, you got to be careful out there, man. Like, doesn't seem like it's dangerous, but it's dangerous, and like those black ice chunks and whatever, they're not always visible and easy to avoid. So we were having that talk, and then like literally like a couple hours later, find out that our friend had that accident. So again, glad they're okay and all that, but definitely not the way you want to spend your weekend. Yeah, is out towards Dallas, Justin. I guess mom lives out in Dallas now, so you know how them roads out there can be. They're very, very rural, right? Not a lot of traffic, lots of trees, lots of shade. So, most of the ice and snow doesn't really melt unless it gets quite a bit above freezing. And we've been right around 36 or below, which 32 degrees is freezing. So if you're 36 outside, the ground in the shade that already has ice is probably not much warmer. I don't know. So that takes longer to melt and all that. But yeah, sad stuff, but also lucky that they're, okay. So I need 2 more objects. See, one right there. Look like the other one might have been over in that corner, but I'm gonna look. Yeah, it looked like it was right over on the back side over here. Bing! Yeah, we got some friends that live out in Dallas too. Reese, when he was on the bowling team at Sprague, a lot of their home base was Dallas Lane, so which was stupid to me because it's like there's like 7 bowling alleys closer than that, but whatever. Must have had a good rate or something to be able to use that. All right, so that's 1. We needed 5 for the trophy, so I'm gonna go ahead and line myself up with another one of these. These look like small payouts. Ah, there we go. Good. Get buddy. And there's his mower. I still haven't used my power washer since I got it back from the shop. It's 50 in Canada. 5 degrees Celsius. Is that what you're saying? 50? So 50. 50. It's cold here. It's right above freezing here. 30, like I said, 32 is freezing. We're like 35 today. We had a bunch of snow yesterday, actually. In fact, we were like, it was kind of a bummer deal because, like I mentioned, Reese had a friend that came from Portland, and we knew that he was gonna want to take them home, and like. Where Drex was just jumping around, shaking the floor. Anyways, we didn't want him to go, though, because we only have 1 car that's all-wheel drive. And, like, I have my summer tires on my GTI, so I don't want to be rolling around in snow and summer tires. So we were like, yeah, you can't take the Prius, and you can't take the CRV, because we're going to take it. He's like, what? How am I supposed to? And I'm like, well, you can roll with us. He's like, So we actually took them both. He rolled with us and went and did the delivery. Partly cloudy and 70. What? All right, so we're double whammying here. We're grinding days with the contracts. As you can see, it's now Wednesday, the 14th of July. Keep in mind that as we approach weekends, those days will fly by too. And because I'm just doing these litter contracts, it's just like easy peasy lemon squeezy. I love putting them to work too, huh? Yeet! Yeah, I wonder why my other shirt hasn't shipped yet. Like, I ordered a bunch of shirts from an outlet. They had a sale for, I don't remember if it was Black Friday or Cyber Monday or whatever, but they had a sale, and I bought a bunch of stuff, like 2 t-shirts, like 3 hoodies, like I bought a bunch of stuff, and everything but the one hoodie that I really wanted shipped. So it's good though, because some of it's gifts. So it'll be nice to have those secured. Jillian's actually downstairs wrapping the gifts right now. That's why she came up, and I'm sure you saw that earlier. She grabbed the paper and the taper. See, one more over there. Let's go check this back corner first. Unless there's one right here. Okay, so there's one right. I see 1, 2. There was one over there, 2, 3. So that's only one left. It was like right over in here. Yep. And one more over here, maybe. Maybe. This is such a cheesy, cheating way, but I love it. Bet you it's on the other side of that hill. Right in front of me there. There might have been something right over here. Thought I saw a little bit of an item pop up, but maybe not. Papa diddy pop. Nope. There it is. Right in front of me. Ding. It's the poopies. I had to get the poopies. All right. Going to watch football tonight. Whoa! What the crap? What? That was only 3, right? I had 5, and I just did 3. And I got the trophy? Really? Really? Oh, now I have 76. So it took a minute to update. I mean, my save clearly was there, but it took a minute because I mean that's 5% I got. That's gonna be a minute too. So I got to purchase the 3rd company HQ, purchase the 4th company HQ. Bring a company on the brink of break. See, that one's going to be kind of tough, too. I'm sure there's a way to manipulate that. I might need to even get a new save going. Hand in all valuables. Okay, so that's one we got to start paying attention to. Amateur challenges, that's going to be a freaking nightmare. Professional challenges, nightmare. Expert challenges, nightmare. Part exchange for a cheaper vehicle. Okay, so I've done the part exchange for a more expensive. I just need to downsize. That'll be one of the ones I'll do after I have all of the vehicles. 4th of July, which we're working towards, and downscale to a smaller company HQ. So, I mean, I'm assuming at any point I could like fire my employees, sell my lawnmowers, and then downsize into. So I'm assuming this will be like one of the last trophies I get too. So a couple of those are just down the roads where the challenge ones. I might mess around with the challenges off stream. I know I said that last time too. Because if I could, if like let's say I complete all of the challenges between now and next week, and then all I have left is like grinding days and money for mowers and upgrades, like that. I mean, I obviously have to get to July 4th still, but I mean, I'm already to July 16th, so I mean, we're moving pretty good. Basically, as long as I just keep taking these, you know, trash, then we're gonna be good. And I'm getting paid buku buckos, and my payout and my vehicle maintenance is actually, wait a minute. Yeah, take it. And I like it. Nope. Put you here. Put you on here. Here. And we good to go. Tegs is back. Welcome back. All right, so 15 more. 14 more. 13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. Ooh, bot. Good work. 6. Ooh, I missed one. 5. I see 4 and 3. And let's see here. Oh, I see 2. Oh, I see one out there. Will be the final one. It's got to be over here. There, look at that, right at the top. Meant to do that, meant to do that. Whoa, those birds were all frozen up there. It looked creepy. Called in sick and cannot work today. Should I fire her? Chacho's already like, yes, fire her. That's so mean. So remember last week I was telling you I have like 5 orders out. Maybe I wasn't telling you. Maybe I was telling the boys when we were playing Apex. I feel like I was telling somebody though, but I had a bunch of packages that are all out for delivery or have been shipped. But they've been doing this thing where it's like they ship, your package has been shipped. And like 2-3 days will go by and there's no progress on the tracking whatsoever. Like it hasn't really shipped. It's like they've just created an invoice or label for it. But it like never seems to like go anywhere or do anything. However, obviously I told you I got my Sonic packages. There is another one that I've been waiting for that I don't believe I have. Oh, we got our first ID4 will be here on the 9th or the 12th. So our first ID4 that we ordered back in April, it's actually going to be here. Like, we'll have to make a decision in the next week whether we want it or not. And then if we want it, we'll take it. And if we don't want it, then our other one will be here within the next 6 weeks or so. So, and then we'll decide whether we want. We were actually talking this morning, like, we were like, gosh, should we just trade in should we sell the Prius and the CRV and then throw a bunch of money at it and then like have 2 EVs and then keep my GTI? She was like, well, what would Reese drive? And I was like, well, he'd drive one of the ID4s. She's like, I kind of like the idea of keeping the Prius though, because it has great gas mileage and like, although it's not a big car or anything like that, it's super helpful for that long distance travel. And I know that right now EVs are not totally set up in the world for success. Although I did have a weird thought last night, and I wonder if this is going to start happening. Think about this. Just think about this. Right now, there's a big shortage of charging stations for anything outside of a Tesla, right? You've got all these third-party places and Electrify America and a couple of other big ones. Think about gas stations. Why the crap are gas stations not putting 2 or 3 of these chargers in? Right? Like, think about it. They sell propane. They sell gas. They sell cigarettes and beer. Like, if like Shell or Chevron was like, we're going to start putting in 2 charging stations at every one of our gas stations nationwide, it would cost a buttload of money to add those chargers and to have them there. But if they're all of a sudden charging people to charge, right? Like you get $10 a charge over a half an hour or an hour's worth. Like, I feel like that would be super profitable for gas stations, and it would solve the problem we're having right now with these power stations being broken. Or like, if we knew we could just travel to a Shell in California or New York or wherever, and that Shell was going to have a charge. Now, granted, 2-3 stations is pretty minimal, right? But if everyone had one, then there would likely be more places available. And then people could still use Electrify America and other places too, right? But it would just give so many more ideas. And like, seriously, not big enough power grid. Maybe where you live, where armadillos are burrowing under your house and messing with your wires, but like the rest of the world that's armadillo free, I think our power grid's pretty good. I know that Oregon, ours is like, I know Texas, not clowning Texas. I just know that their infrastructure isn't super built for that. They have a lot of propane based heating, and propane doesn't cool, does it? I don't think they got cooling, but anyways, so let's see here. We got to put, is Buddy already working? Did I already sign it? Okay, so we only got 1 person available today. And yeah, I had to bring up the armadillo. My bad, bro. My bad. You may not remember this. You and I weren't really hanging or talking much, if we were at all at this point. But I had a skunk living under my house for, what was it, guys? Like 7 months, 6 months? Like for reals, like, and like Reese went to school on multiple days, got pulled into the office and was searched because he smelled like skunk, which some cannabis or marijuana smells like skunk. So they thought for sure Reese had weed on him because he smelled like such a skunk. But they were under our house. They were like doing it and stuff under our house. Like we could hear, like I mean, it's weird. I like heard some weird, like something going on, noise happening under our house. So I recorded it because I thought somebody was being murdered or something under our house. It turns out something was getting murdered, but it wasn't a person or, but yeah, so we found out later that was some fancy sounds, not some trying and concerning sounds. Yeah, that was a problem. And then we actually had to hire a Trappist to come here, a trapper. And they came and laid some traps out. And it took probably 5 days once the traps were out before we finally caught the big mom. She was huge too. I've got photos of her. She was huge. They thought she was likely pregnant. And that's what sucked, is it was like mating season for them. And they were like under our house getting busy. And yeah, they were trying to keep that family tree going. But yeah, it's not fun when you got vermin like that, because you don't, as much as they piss you off, I mean, you don't want to like kill them or anything, but I mean, what are you gonna do? You got to hire somebody. That's what we finally came to, because like we were like, well, what if we get a trap of our own? And because we had friends that lived on farms and had traps and stuff. We're like, well, what the crap do we do with it once we trap it? Like, where are we going to take it? We don't have a sanctuary to go take this skunk, nor do I want to get skunked or any of that in the process. So, yeah, we just ended up hiring somebody and took care of it for us. And, yeah, it was our understanding that they took it and released it somewhere, but I don't know. Let's see here. I wonder if I still have the photo on this phone. Okay, what the crap is this? This is Tom C. and Joe F., the winners of 22 million Powerball. We're using this opportunity to give out 50,000 to 250 people randomly. Yeah. It was funny. My dad's initial, Tom C. Like, my dad's Tom C. My dad did not win no lottery. If he did, I'm pissed because I don't know yet. Let's see here. Let's see if I could find that picture of the skunk. So camera. Let's go to the bottom of my roll here. Reese used to have a crab. Did I ever tell you guys that? There was actually, at the time, there was a Portland Trailblazer, and his name was Alan Crab. And so we named the crab Alan after Alan Crab. And I do have a picture of that. It was a purple tie. What was it? Purple tie something crab. And it was a weird deal too. Like, we just went to our local Petco one day to go get like sharks, and Reese had sharks and other fish in his tank. And we saw it, and we're like, what? What's that? And they were like, purple Taiwanese something crab. And we're like, okay, well, what do we do with it? And I'm like, well, it's an algae eater for your tank and stuff. We're like, what? And so we ended up buying it, and it was only supposed to last like their lifespan is very short, like 96 months, 90 days, 6 months, something like that. And unfortunately, he eventually passed, but he molted 2 different times. So we actually still have his shells. I know it's kind of weird, but we kept them, souvenirs, if you will. Yeah, I'm not finding. I got lots of Drexler pictures and stuff, but I'm not finding the. Let's go. It's weird. So my camera roll has 2,000 or 1,500 photos on it. My recent has 2,000 and something. Like, how does according to my camera files here, I only have 1,000 something. According to my recent, I have over 2,500. And they're all out of order and weird too. So like, I've got like Drexler pictures before we went to California. That's not how it happened. Here's my grandfather's obituary, which my grandfather passed away the same day we caught the skunk. I know that's stupid, but it's true. So there's lots of, and here's a picture of my transmission being rebuilt, which was just last year, but it's in with like stuff from when I got the Thumby light post. And here's Tyler's, 21st birthday, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25? Maybe it's 25. I feel like, Anyways, his brother got him a box of Oreos for each year he was around, and there's, I guess, 25. A little while ago. Is this it? No, that's the dogs. All right, I got like 20 more seconds, and I'm going to give up on this. Wait, is this it? No, that's Emmett. What the crap? Emmett in the backyard? Emmett's been gone for years, too. Lots of Emmett photos. Holy cow, it's like an Emmett folder, but it's not labeled an Emmett folder. It's just the time frame. Poor guy, we lost him too early to cancer. Yeah, there's a movie. This is funny. It's called The Carey Treatment. A doctor like Dr. Carey has a unique way of operating. And look, he's straight backhanding the person in the thumbnail for the movie. Like, it's a 60s movie or something. 1972, The Carey Treatment. I married the wife. I said, this is what you're getting into, just so you know. She's like, what? All right, I think I've showed this to you before, but since I made you wait forever and I never delivered a skunk photo, I'll show you this super cute picture of me when I'm like, I don't know how old. I don't know who that other chick is either. I got like, I don't have any cousins or anybody that would be roughly the same age, but like, look at that ham. Look at that dude. That's my mom up top there. But like, look at that little ham. Hair's all swooping down and stuff. Like, look at that. Look at that outfit, by the way. Or don't, actually. All right, enough phone and tell there. Okay, no, we're still here. We're still here. But yeah, I definitely, definitely had a skunk under the house, and it sucked. It cost like $500 to have them come trap it too. It was stupid. You had to pay it no matter what. It was like $500 for like a month. And if they got the skunk, cool. If they didn't, that was a long time ago though. Now, yeah, you're getting on that big mower, girl. Taking a day off, get you put on the crappy job. Pet shark, that's awesome. Yeah, we did have little, what are they, bala sharks, I think is what they're called, bala sharks. Yeah, he had a bunch of that stuff for a long time. We had a pretty nice fish tank. I don't know, it wasn't huge. It was like 40 gallon, 35, 40 gallon, like not big, but you know, most starters are like 10 or 20, so not huge, but big enough, right? It had its own stand and had its own crab. The crab was actually really cool. Yeah, Reese's had a pretty, you know, diverse pet owning experience. I mean, he's wanted at times like a hedgehog. He's also wanted like gerbils and hamsters and things like that. But with Cutie and the cats around, like we just really didn't ever feel like it was safe. Or there's that goose honking in the back. It sounded like Cutie meowing right as I said her name. That's funny that a goose would sound like Cutie. Ironically, there's some similarities in their sounds. Okay, where are you at? I need 3 more. And I can't use the draw distance cheese because there's too much debris. Mega Beard out! Word up, homie. Thanks for stopping by, sir. Good luck with that armadillo. And the youngsters, too. Good luck with them as well. I know. Juggling, too, must be tough, bro. But it's also, I'm sure, highly rewarding and fun, too. There's that. Okay, I feel like I'm missing like a little spot, and they're all there. Where the crap? Ah! How'd I miss that? I ran by there like 7 times. I guess this is where I started, huh? I was thinking that was... Well, I know I went over there. Go flip it up and go the other way, maybe? Got all excited. I saw a piece written about shows, but it was like the best shows of 2022 or something like that, right? And, of course, I read it like right when I woke up, so like things weren't inputting properly. Not that they ever do, but... basically, the way I read it was like the best shows coming back or whatever, you know, like the best shows still on TV. And they had a shot of Severance, which is a show on Apple TV that I really liked. And I have no idea. Ben Stiller produced it. And I have no idea if they're bringing that back or not. There's rumors that it's supposedly coming back, but like there's also... some writing that says like Ben Stiller doesn't even know how many people watch the show. They don't know if they got enough retention to bring it back or... All right, this is getting sort of annoying. I need 2 more pieces and they're like nowhere to be found. Probably just on like a spot that I've run by 6 times, but just haven't looked at because it's in a funny angle or something. Yellowstone is an awesome show. You know, I've heard that. And what's up, by the way, Brian? I've heard that from a handful of people. My dad's real big into it, and you know, my dad doesn't jump onto many bandwagons. He's kind of the devil's advocate for everything, and so like it's surprising when he's like, "Oh yeah, I really like that." Okay, there's one. I see one. But yeah, he's like the devil's advocate. That's probably where I get it from. But regardless, he's talked a lot. There's another one called like 1889 or something like that. That's supposed to be like somehow related, prequel, sequel, something. Just got out of the hospital. Huh? Whoa. What was going on? If you don't mind sharing. If it's pretty personal, that's okay too, but hopefully everything's all right. Yeah, so and what's weird is my mom was like, "Oh yeah, there's this show called Yellowstone." I'm like, "What?" Like my mom is like, you know, vegetarian, has been for before it was cool or whatever you want to consider it. Before it was called vegan, she was a vegetarian, right? And so I guess they're different too, I guess. Before I get berated in the chat, regardless, they're everything is completely different. Like they're pretty much opposite. You know, the whole opposites attract thing. That's kind of what happened with my parents. But yeah, my mom actually said she thought it was pretty good too. I was like, what? And then she's been telling me about all these like these timepieces, these period pieces that are like from a certain era or whatever. And she's like, oh yeah, they're so good. I'm like, I never would have guessed that you'd be into that kind of stuff. It's kind of crazy. Yep, she's got it. She's got it. She's got it. Yeah, baby, she's got it. Oh. So I got a good buddy that Mike, BHU, not Farmer Mike, but a different Mike, the guy that I was talking about earlier that might potentially join us in some games in the next couple weeks. He's actually home right now due to some health issues. Long story short, Mike and I met way back in the early SOCOM days. Mike was on another clan, somebody that we frequented the same server, so we saw each other's clans a lot. We kind of became allies and started battling, and then his clan started like not showing up as much, and there wasn't as much activity, not as many battles, none of them. And ours was sort of like absorbing other people and getting bigger and on every night. And so eventually, Mike and a couple of others from his squad came over and joined us, and so we've known each other forever. And at the time, you know, a lot of us were pretty young, jobless, or had part-time jobs, or stay up till 4 or 5 in the morning. And every once in a while, Mike would have to step down. And we found out that actually Mike had a pacemaker. And we're like, what? And we were young, right? Like 22 years old is when he had his pacemaker put in. And his, like, I guess often the common heart, if anything beats too slow, and a pacemaker speeds it up, right? Well, apparently his beats too fast, and so his shocks to slow it down. And he's had all sorts of kind of issues over the years. It's nothing for nothing, and he knows this, and he hates me because I bring it up all the time. He is a like pack and a half a day smoker, and he refuses to drink water. Like Sprite is his water. And so, like, I'm always like, rah, you know, like, we ain't kids no more, you know, like, take better care of yourself. And, but Mike's actually had a series of things from dental to pacemaker stuff. They've been scanning him, and he's had a couple of, they had to do the dye tests and all that stuff. He was just actually telling me about it on Friday. We had a long chat. We hadn't really hung out or seen each other much lately, and he popped online, and I was like, do you realize that I made these settings like 10 years ago and you're like the only person that I've seen? He's like, wow, that's actually kind of crazy. You're one of like 4 people that I have on my list. He's got a son that's a couple years older than Reese. I think Nathaniel's 25 now. And so, anyways, Nathaniel's one of them, and Dre and a couple of our SOCOM peoples are on there. But it's just kind of funny how that works. But he was telling me all about that, so I was just getting caught up and getting learned about his recent stuff. And but that's kind of what led to, I was like, well, wait a minute. You're home for some health stuff. You can't do anything but sit around and play video games, right? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, sounds like we should play some games, and I made it very clear, like, whether you want to be on stream or play off stream, it doesn't matter to me, and we'll find some games. And so I gave him a list of games that I had that I was planning up, like Ghostbusters, and I mentioned Insurgency and some other stuff too, because it is cross-platform, and he doesn't have an Xbox currently. He used to. We used to play a lot of games on Xbox together. In fact, he was my partner for, like, Dead Rising, when I was playing Dead Rising in the early days. When I was playing Lockdown, or isn't that what it's called? Lockdown? Isn't there, like, Lockdown 1, 2, and 3? Isn't that? Man, it's been so long. Him and Mark. Mark and I all had Xbox 360s. And, like, nobody else really had. Everybody else had PS3s. We had them both, but... Hey, what up, FBI? All right, I'm all done. Woot. So yeah, but Mike may show up. If he does join us on stream, he's probably going to break Nom's record for cursing accidentally on stream. Somebody that doesn't have to necessarily police himself a lot in his current life, where he works and everything. But anyways, he might end up finding himself back to where he was. Back when we were playing SOCOM all the time, he was, not really. The doctors recommended that he didn't work due to his heart stuff, and they've got it under control a little bit better. Technology's gotten better or whatever, and so in the last, I guess probably 4 years now, he's been working for a company. He actually is a manager at this company, and he really likes what he does, but he's kind of bummed, like he's not around right now to boss everybody around, so he's missing that. But I tell him, come boss me around, dude. People will get a kick out of it. Nom does all the time, and everybody laughs. Nom ain't funny. Yeah, so yeah, and that's where he was, Brian. He was definitely labeled on that list, and then basically, like, it was kind of a weird situation. Like, one of his best friends owns this company, and they clean it's not the HVAC, but it's like the roof pieces. They have all those pieces and like the lights and all that stuff. Well, there's companies that come at night at Walmarts and other big, box buildings like that come in, and they get these big scissor lifts, and they go up and they vacuum up all the dust, and they clean the bottoms. And I didn't even know that was a thing, but this guy owns his company, and he was selling his old work truck, and Mike was like, "Hey, I want a truck." So Mike bought the truck, and then once he bought the truck, they just started talking, and the guy was like, "Why don't you come work with me this one day? We got a spot here in town." And so Mike went with him just to kind of job shadow him to see what he was doing. And halfway through the day, Mike was like, "Dude, what are you doing? You're supposed to be doing that." And Mike was like literally acting as a manager, like he'd been doing this for years. And the guy was like, "Bro, you're a natural. Come work for me." And Mike was like, "I can't work, bro." Like, So he went talking to the doctor and all that stuff. And then they were like, "Listen, it's low work, low load." Like, he's basically just bullying people around, telling them what to do. And so that's been working for him, and super happy for him. But like I said, right now it hasn't been as available to him due to some recent things. But might open some doors to kind of be introduced around here. But yeah, Mike's like one of my oldest gaming buddies. Probably one of the first, like, true, like, lifetime friends that I met online that I've never met in person. But, like, we never miss each other's birthdays, and, like, and all sorts of stuff, right? And like all of our kids' birthdays, and, like, when dogs get brought in or move on, whatever the case, like, we're always, it's been that way since 2002, man. So 20 years. That's crazy. 20 years. Yeah, it's cool when you meet people like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. He and I have had some drag out dirty long conversations and being pissed at each other. But, we've also had some pretty good supportive years where we've been awesome friends too. Let's see. It sounds like a nice. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is. His wife's awesome too, and neither of us like to travel, but we often talk. And same with Paz, right? Like Paz, I met Paz right around that same within a week or two of meeting BHU, I met Paz. And who I met first, couldn't tell you. It's a little foggy in those details, but, you know, I mean, some of these guys have been around for, you know, almost longer than half of, you know, like, I mean, think about it. I'm going to be 45. These guys have been around 20 plus years. Like, that's huge. I don't have a lot of people that I can say that. Mike's one of them, too. Mike, I actually met before SOCOM and gaming. He and I met through a friend of a friend. In fact, that's actually the friend that I was talking about earlier that got in a wreck. He knows him really well as well. And the guy who passed away that was his roommate was one of my best friends, Josh. That's how I met Mike, was through Josh. Josh and Mike. So I got a lot of friends named Mike. Because Mike and Josh, those are the three people. BHU is also Mike. Lots of mics out there, for sure. Man, we are plowing contracts and days. Like, you guys realize what's going on here? Eats a lot. Oh, yeah. All right, I got to check something out. I almost forgot to do this. All right, so there's a highlight button. Create highlight. So yeah, this interface is definitely different. Okay, so this is not nearly as cool as what I saw the other day. So yeah, this is going to take some time to get used to. So, okay, there's a button that says create a highlight. And what it does is it pops up this window and it shows currently what's happening at that point. So right now it's actually stopped and it's giving me a timeline that goes all the way back to 0. Actually, it shows 59 minutes. So I guess I can't go all the way back to 0. The maximum length of a clip is 5 minutes. But the problem I'm having here is, okay, there we go. There's 2 points. There's an in and out. Can I use the in and out? See, it doesn't let me. Doesn't let me. And so what the videos I watched showed were you can literally put your marker wherever you want and you could click in point and then it would like max and you could tell it 30 seconds. Like the interface was a way cooler before. I think there may be reasons why this is better, but I'm not seeing it. And really the only thing that sucks about this is that using this feature, I basically have to push pause on the momentum of whatever we're doing. So like, for example, if we win an Apex and I want to export that, like some epic, you know, I call back right in the middle of a fight or something that's really worth not just a win, right? Because wins are cool, but we get lots of wins. Having that moment. So basically I have to stop whatever I'm doing, hit the button and go, okay, this is my end point. Here's my out point. And then I can hit create and then it just creates it. And it says it takes a couple of minutes to happen. Obviously I haven't had anything super special happen today. I mean, I could have clipped the, buddy that was here earlier. And I also have the clip version, and I always forget to do this too, that I can actually like hit this button. It took a screenshot. I can go back and start new recording or save recent gameplay, I guess is what it is. See, I haven't used this enough to even remember it's happening, but I want to start using that to create shorts. And I don't mean like pants and shorts or shorts and longs, as we call them around here. That's real too. We do call them longs. You better put some long. I call them sleeves and longs. So you don't have to put on a hoodie or you just put. I always tell Reese, you're gonna want some sleeves, bro, and you should probably put on some longs. He knows exactly what I'm saying, which is amazing. I absolutely love that we have like our own geekology. You know what I mean? $10 years seizure free. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Reese, my son, has Tourette's along with some other things. His Tourette's is not necessarily high on the outbursts like a lot of the common known Tourette possessors have, but he definitely has tics and things that you know, he has, and so he's actually on an anti-seizure medication, and has been, and we actually just had a big talk about it the other night that his body, I think, has outgrown the dosage that they're giving him, so it's not as seemingly effective for him. So we're gonna look into that. You know, it's kind of a slippery slope because there's a couple of kids in his class that are, you know, 18 years old. And although that's still not even old enough to have a medical card, I think you have to be 21 to have a medical card. You could be 18 under certain exemptions, though, I think. And there's information that's being relayed that, like, CBD is actually supposedly very helpful for what he's going through. And so we haven't really messed with any of that. Yeah, that's all kind of new information to us. So, and whether or not that's actually true, like, you know, there's lots of reports on things, and just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true, but, you know, there's definitely lots of stuff on the internet that is true as well. So we're going to talk to his doctor and start there, and then figure out, like, if we should change anything. They also told us at some point soon that he would likely sort of phase out of a lot of this, like the hormones would stop kicking in high speed and things would change. So hoping that that's going to be, you know, something that, you know, will be an option for him at some point. I mean, it doesn't bother him. It doesn't bother his friends. I mean, his group of friends are amazing, and, like, we couldn't ask for a better group. You know, there's a couple of, you know, questionable scenarios in there, but I mean, for the most part, it's like pretty legitified goodness. So we're just plowing days. We're almost to the end of July. Did you guys notice that? It's the 26th right now. We just started a new week. It's a Monday, I believe. You know, all in all, you know, dude feels pretty good. Basically, with the medication not feeling like it works like it should. It's just he sort of has, like, some, you know, his mannerisms are a little different. He has a couple of tics. Like, like one of them's, like, clearing his kind of sinus passages. He kind of, like, has, like, a tendency to always feel like there's something there and it needs to be cleared. That's kind of one of his things. So, I mean, you know, beyond, like, you know, some noises, if you will, you know, it's not harming him in any way, so that's good too. You know, we've always been concerned about how crappy society and people are in high school, right? Like, it's a bad time. We've been sort of, you know, concerned about the possibilities that being made fun of, you know, pointed at, whatever. But ultimately, I think that he's been pretty either lucky or, you know, has just avoided it altogether, or it just doesn't bother him. You know, he's a pretty tough kid as far as, like, not only physically, but mentally in a lot of ways, too, so. Oh, there's the last two right there. I can see them right by each other. Stupid body cam. 13, mid to early. Yeah, no, it's, you definitely develop tolerances or in some cases even dependencies, right? So, yeah, kids are crazy mean at times. You know, they can be super helpful and awesome too, right? But historically speaking, high school is a pretty tough time for stuff like that. All right, 27th. Man, I feel like I should do a quick mow job, get some mileage in, huh? How y'all feeling about that? Y'all ready for this? Psych, it's gonna be me. Mowing this one. Alright, I'll go ahead and give me the fat bag. The fat backpack. Okay, let's go ahead and put Chica on this one. Eco mower required. Okay. Eco, not a sign. Okay. And then it's a stripey. General cut. All right. Yeah, he's got some good friends for sure. And he's got, like, 2 or 3 different groups he hangs out with too that are like they know each other and they all kind of frequent the same Discord channels and stuff, but like for the most part they are fairly independent in their hangouts and their, you know, their parties or get-togethers, if you will. But you know, he's got like a group over at the technical school, the C-Tech school. And then he's also got a group here from his high school. And then he's got like his group from like childhood too, which consists of people that are local and that have kind of moved out of the way too. So like, you know, one of them doesn't even go to school anymore, really. And another one's graduated. So like, that's where he's at right now. He went over, he didn't have school today. So he was like, hey, can I go crash at Ethan's place? And we're like, sure. So I don't know if he's made it home yet today or not, but I has not seen him. Okay, cutting the wrong height. I was just about to say, I've got to check my height. All right. Get out of the way, crappy trees. I normally go the other way when I'm doing my rounds. I don't know why, but I always go counterclockwise, I guess. Look at that, I'm already 4% done with this mow. This would have been a good one to do with the string trimmer. However, it wasn't showing up and I was determined to get that one done dead. And I did. My guess is it'll be pretty close to the end. Ah, what am I talking about? This will be done way before the end of stream. It's weird how those don't have to be fully mowed to count. Like, they give you a lot of, I don't know, leniency, I guess. I don't think that was quite the word I was looking for, but it works, it works. Not as harsh, I guess. Something like that. Yeah, I figure if I do a handful of these, like a couple here, a couple there, as I'm doing all of the actual litter contracts too, right? Get a couple miles in here, a couple miles in there. I mean, I'm guessing I'm probably only going to get maybe 1 mile from this, if that even, because this is significantly smaller compared to that other one, right? And I only got 5 miles on that one, and I actually rubber banded my controller for 5 or 10 minutes too while I was away. Boy, the draw distance on those flowers was really weird right there, popping in like that. You all see that? Getting hungry. I was just thinking about maybe the wife's home. Maybe I'd run over to Kazi's. I haven't had Kazi's in forever. However, we just had Otto's yesterday, which is pretty much like the same thing. Different sandwiches that we get, but like she gets a meatball at Kazi's and then gets what they call the Californian at Otto's, which has like turkey, bacon, avocado, sourdough bread, tomatoes, and I don't remember what kind of cheese. Swiss cheese, Havarti cheese, something. Obviously, meatball's quite different. Me, I get the Californian at Otto's as well, when I don't get the French dip. But French dip, onion, you know, stuff doesn't really go well with me. I do it every once in a while, then I pay the price, but it's pretty delicious. And at Kazi's, I get like this honey mustard ham and bacon. Ugh. It's like similar, but instead of avocado, it's honey mustard. So it's got like, instead of like a, I don't know, little different flavor. It's good. Talking about it's making me hungry. We have a couple places we really like to have lunch from that we don't really consider dinner because they're like light, like the Quesadilla Bar. It's another place we often have lunch at, but it's just not quite big enough for dinner. Sorry, Brian, my bad. It's contagious, I know. Usually it's Chacho talking about food that makes me hungry. Is stream ending soon? Well, probably in 40 minutes or so. Right around the hour mark. So whatever time it is for you right now, it's probably quarter after, 20 after. So we got about 40 minutes or so before we plan on wrapping it up. There's always a chance we might cut it 5 minutes early or 10 minutes late. Just depends on, you know, what contracts we take on in the next 40. I mean, this one's already half done, so I'm going to be done with it in the next, like, 5 minutes. Probably not even. Especially if I kick it in the tail a little bit. Kick her in the tail, Bob! I still want to know if that... we haven't watched the Where's My Jet, Pepsi Where's My Jet yet. I want to know if that ad campaign is displayed in that at all. You know, it's sort of a documentary with a lot of their old commercials and stuff, and may have been from that promo time, may have not have been, but I just remember the old grandparents living on a farm, hopping into the yellow Lamborghini and taking off. Grandma, kick her in the tail, Bob! Grandpa just lets it rip and they take off. Pretty sure they go flying by a bunch of cows too, which was ironic because there was a mirror right back there. Can't help but feel like, I think I've ruined it now, but I feel like that leg going down around that tree sort of looks like Florida too. Not this one. See, not all nubs or rounds or whatever look like Florida, but there's definitely a fair amount that have that sort of leg-like shape to it, right? Oh, wasn't expecting that. Hey! Sorry about your poor flowers. Not really. Sorry, not sorry. Well, I should be able to phase out the rest of this end over here. Mrrr. Don't blame me, Chacho. It wasn't me. Doesn't sound like me at all. Remember when this used to take a long time to mow? I don't know why. I mean, this mower is clearly faster and allows me to mow at a faster rate too than the you know, combustion version of this, the gas-powered one. Hey, has anybody watched Andor, the Star Wars stuff on Disney Plus? I've been hearing mixed things about it. Some people are like, it's the best Star Wars ever made. And I'm like, really? Better than the Mando? And they're like, no, not better than the Mando. I'm like, well, then what? How does that classify as best ever made if it's not better than, you know? But like somebody, I've read too that, like, I think it was Kevin Smith said something like, this is the most original since the originals, right? And I know that's kind of confusing to hear or interpret, but basically, like, all of the storylines have all been tied together and had sort of the same premise. Like, this is different. Like, it's that world, but not specifically, like, chasing Vader or the Empire or whatever, right? Like, so... Interesting. What's up, Lisa? Welcome to the stream. Very boring, huh? I have not heard that. I've heard some people don't like it, but I have not heard the term boring yet. That's interesting. Yeah, we've been talking about maybe jumping into that. Willow is out now too. Both my wife and I were big Willow fans, you know, of the movie when we were younger. So that obviously sticks out to us, but we don't know much about it. I see, you know, I mean, it looks good. It looks good. All right, 97. You know, Warwick Davis is in it, right? The original Willow. Like, you couldn't really have a Willow show without, unless they were doing like a recreation or a reboot of it. I'm curious. Like, obviously, my guess is that it's going to be new age stuff, but oh crap! My grandma's calling me. I don't know why she's calling. Oh, she's already hung up. Probably didn't mean to call me. I love my grandma. At 95 years old, though, things definitely start to get a little wonkadoo, wonkadoo, wonkadoo. It's one character used. Brian says the name of another character. Wait, I'm human? I made a mistake? That is crazy. I can't help but wonder if is there a connection here too? Is this like the 5th alt account? It confused you? But here's the thing, Lisa. If you knew it was wrong and you were able to figure that out, did that really confuse you, or was it just that you noted a mistake? 3 hours using the wrong character? Yeah, that sounds like rubbish to me. Did you have a question, Lisa? Was there something you wanted to know, or is this just another attempt to try and bash me? We've already had one of those today. Whether you were involved or not is left to be for certain. But I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Was there a question there? And nothing for nothing, but 3 hours seems like a really long time to run around being confused, to not... I'm curious, too. What was it? Do I use Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker? Do you play Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga or Lego Star Wars The Skywalker? I mean, like, Complete Saga, Star Wars, they're sagas. They're like, what are you even playing? You're in here. If you have a question, feel free to ask it. But we're gonna need some more information than just, do I use this person or that person? It's probably neither of them. Probably neither of them. And again, I wish we had IP addresses. I wish we had IP addresses. Can't help but feel like this is just another attempt. And maybe it's my bad for feeling that way, but I think y'all understand how and why I get to those conclusions, huh? You have, if you really enjoy Rogue One. Oh, my grandma is calling again. Well, crap. Shoot. Let's see if Jillian can call her in a second. Why do I want your IP address? Well, I would just like to compare IP addresses, because you're in here just the way you're interacting is very similar to somebody else that's been in here today that was basically almost removed. They removed themselves before they got removed, but yes. So it would just be nice to have confirmation, because then I would know, like, are you the same person that's already been in here causing trouble today under a different account? Or are you a completely different person with a similar problem? Because those are possibilities. And if this is the 4th or 5th attempt from the same person, we're getting over it. We're getting a little beyond. So, and that's what I'm saying. So that would take out any possibilities, right? I would be able to see. Has nothing. I don't want to do anything malicious to you. I don't care about anything beyond just knowing if it's the same person that's been harassing today or not. That's it. You have a genuine problem. See, and again, the wording here, I feel like there's a big connection. What's your problem? And again, I feel like, you know, the whole concept of spending 3 hours on something, I would have moved on and got a different video or something a long time ago versus sticking with it. But so again, Lisa, you're not providing the information that's being asked. I've made 150 plus videos for Lego Skywalker Saga because the game is huge. And there are lots of situations and lots of levels and lots of different scenarios that require different characters. So just simply asking who you use with not telling us what level or what kind of task you're doing or anything is not helping us find a solution. And again, I'm still kind of on the fence. I apologize if you are not related to the earlier fiasco, but you have already sent a link, Brian, earlier. Well, I don't. Where did you send link? You can't post links in this chat, so you didn't do it here. Where? Help me out here, Lisa. Like, I'm trying to help, but we're not really getting anywhere. Yeah, you can't post links in the chat. So where did you send it? You're not causing arguments. Nobody's arguing with anybody. But I do feel like we're running the same circle. Are we not? If you have what level? What level are you asking about? We've asked you what level or what area you're in, and you're not providing that information. So Planet Naboo free room. Okay, so we've at least got a location. Oh, so okay, feed. Yeah, as you can see, the chat's super willing to help too. Like, we're all here. If you really need help, great, we're here to help. But there has been some consistency with a particular person coming in here causing trouble. And there's a tremendous amount of coincidence right now, which is possible, but so again, you know, I mean, listen, it's unfortunate, but there is literally like all these things pointing in the wrong direction right now. So, so depending on what the task is, though, you know, I mean, so again, on feed, there are what, 45 collectibles, 42 collectibles? And most of those are going to require different tasks. Some of them are going to need grapplers. Some of them are going to need the force. Some of them are going to need gold melting ability. Some of them are going to need silver brick breaking. So 2901. What is that? Is that a reference to my video? Listen, who do I use in the video? Who do I use in the video? I mean, that seems like a very simple solution here. Very simple solution. Happy McFlappy. That should be my nickname. That should be my nickname. Well, often I tell you what character, and it actually shows you in the top left of the screen. Those are two great places to look for that information. You know, I always have to toggle to that person. I'm not going to be able to go to the video and look at that during the stream. That's not going to be a possibility. And again, here we are. I do believe this conversation started off without using the word misleading, but you basically said that I was using the wrong character, which is exactly what has happened earlier. So we're right back to where it seemingly started, which is, I guess, my own bad. Yeah, if English isn't your first language, you're doing a phenomenal job here in the chat. So props to you for actually having a very high English usability. Booyakasha! That's cool. We got people from all over the globe hanging out. Even our team has members in Belgium and, you know, Canada, and we're all over the place. We got friends in Brazil and, you know, viewers that are daily from the UK and from all over the United States. And so we definitely have a very diverse amount of peoples hanging out and contributing. Dang, 1,300. Let's go. I'm getting pretty good at moving through all this, huh? Ooh. What up, Tex? See you. See you waving at me. Waving back. Ooh, I appreciate that, Brian. As long as you don't come at me, I'm pretty nice. Come at me, bro. Come at me. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like to scrap it up or be angry, but I do have to, like, you know, only allow so much shenanigans, and, you know, it's not all shenanigans. Some of it's perceived as that and isn't, and most of it is. You know, but like I said, I've been doing this for 10 years. Streaming live for, shoot, going on 3 now, or maybe more even, actually. So definitely not new to me. And so far I haven't had, like, I don't know. I don't want to call it a breakdown, but a mistake where I need to remove myself or anything like that. Like, I feel like it's been pretty okay. But we do have to, like, you know, stop sometimes and call people out or ban people or whatever. We try not to. We try to resolve it and work through it. Like, I have a lot of people that come at me on YouTube messages too, and they'll be like, you know, you're a liar, you know, like the Instagram stuff. Like, you didn't even cover the crash site too. Did you watch the video? Because it's actually part of the video. That's for sure included. But it's okay, get mad at me and, you know, take time out of your day to message a nasty message to me when you didn't even bother to watch the video. So, you know, I mean, there's definitely a lot of hate out there, and sometimes it literally like makes my day and riles and puts like the biggest smile on my face. Sometimes it does sort of frustrate, and sometimes like I find ways to take a really nasty, frustrating situation and make friends out of it. Like, you know, I don't see or talk to him very often, but I had an incident a long time ago where this guy and I went at it. Like I made a comment about something, and this guy commented back, and I didn't like it, and I was like, bro, if you don't like it, you know, take off. And he was like, you don't tell me what to do, you know, and then like we sort of went head to head, right? Well, by the end of our conversation, like somehow we had become like really good friends, and we were both really excited for the new game that was coming out that we were both talking about. And the dude actually tried out for my clan, 503, and became one of our 503 guys, and became one of the best players and teammates and friends that I've had. In fact, he's got a particular skill. We won't go into details, but he's got some IT skills, we'll just say. And there's been a couple of times where I've needed some help with stuff. And Derek, what's up? Welcome to the team. Or I guess welcome to the stream, and welcome to being part of HappyThumbsGaming. Appreciate that level 1 entry there. But basically, you know, he and I still talk to this day, just not every day. And I mean, so, you know, there's definitely been like, you know, I like to get into debate sometimes, as long as they're not negative and like toxic. But sometimes, you know, sometimes it just becomes toxic, right? Like earlier, I was just done, right? And, you know, and I feel more and more and more and more and more, but like this is the same person that we were dealing with earlier. Now wants to be a mod. Same one that threatened my life last week, and then asked me after he apologized if he was part of the community. I apologize. Am I part of the community? I just threatened to kill you and your son and told you to sleep with your eyes closed, or with your eyes open. But can I? Like, it just doesn't work that way. And you know, we got mods. We don't need mods. We're not trying to have more people. If and when that time comes, though, we'll go ahead and we'll announce it, and it'll be very public. It won't be private. We've actually had a couple of, I don't know if I want to call them hiring phases, but we've definitely had some situations where we were looking for help, and you know, we put out a bunch of info about how, you know, people could sign up and join the team, and both times we had like 2 or 3 people show up, and they helped us for a while. Like Adam was a guide writer that we found that way, and you know, Dougie Fresh we found that way, and so yeah, it's definitely something that we put out there when we're looking to. There's zero money. Mods don't get paid. Mod is a volunteer position. However, I try to take pretty good care of my mods, and that comes in various forms. Different mods. I mean, nobody gets special treatment, but different people sort of get different things. Like Kirsten, for example, I've really tried to help make sure everybody knows that she's an active streamer and that she's available to link, and you should definitely follow her and watch her. She's a great person and a fun gamer, and it's actually quite fun to watch the ups and downs, we'll say. We won't get into any more details, but you know, and then different people get different things. So some of my players, like, you know, Tood and stuff, have definitely gotten codes from developers that I get, or sometimes I even buy games or supplement money to help buy games. And same with other mods. I usually try to give, you know, holiday gifts and stuff too, and recognize birthdays and things when I can as well. And but I mean, no, there's not a pay. And for a 57-year-old retired lady from Pakistan, I feel like pay probably wouldn't be something that was worried about. Right? Who am I to know, though? Who am I to know? TJ, what up? Yeah, and if you know, if you ever have any troubles finding Kirsten's page, just know that we've got links all over the place. In fact, our channel page has a support other content creators, like my suggested links, and Megabeard and Kirsten are both on there. If Raised ever starts streaming, we'll definitely toss her on there as well. You know, and then on our main HappyThumbsGaming.com website, we have a social sidebar that has like quick links to different socials, the Facebook, Twitter, Discord, things like that. And Kirsten's name has been added to that list too. And we also even threw her into the Discord, so anytime she goes live, it actually notifies you via our Discord server too. So, like I said, I try to do the things to help out where I can and when I can, because I get a lot of help in return, and I'm grateful for it. You know, if they weren't such awesomely great mods, I'd probably need some more mods. But I mean, you know, I haven't really needed any. And of course, we've got a bunch of others too. You know, Todd, and I mean, Gray technically isn't labeled a moderator by choice. You know, he was invited but declined. Same, Nam sort of was in the same boat, but then I actually think he was ready to accept, and then I realized I had to revoke it from him because he would abuse his power, and we all know it. And we all know it. But you know, ultimately we're good on mods. I still think it's super weird they have that fill fuel and it's gluck on an eco battery powered vehicle. All right. We're not leaving yet. So where are we at? We're in August. Let's go. We jumped a whole bunch of days. Like we started on July, what, 2nd or something? All right. So should I put her on the biggie? Yeah, that's possible. She can do it. When am I switching to Lego? Our Lego videos currently are uploaded Tuesdays and Saturdays, sometimes Thursdays. So we're still actively uploading Lego, and we'll continue to do that until this project's done, and then that'll likely be right around the 1st of the year or end of the month. And once that happens, there may be a little bit of a delay, but we're going to jump into one of 3 different things. I have 3 potential projects that might take over next. One of them has a guide that's probably 80 to 90% done and hasn't been worked on or talked about in a while, and we may revisit that depending on a few factors. I've wanted to do it. I mean, I got a game, like I've done a bunch of stuff, like I said, the guide effort has been put into it. Like I want to utilize that, but I wanted to capitalize on Lego, and like we were actually going to do that guide. Like that guide was going to be my next project, and then Lego Star Wars was like officially announced that it was April, and there was just no way I was going to be able to do everything for this other game before that happened. And then, you know, obviously we got Lego Indy 2 that's on the list of getting done. You know, with my recent partnership or ambassadorship with Outright Games, I feel like, you know, there's definitely a high possibility of some of that stuff, whether it's going to be like a, you know, Paw Patrol or some sort of live stream of like the Fast and the Furious race game. Like I like those sort of cartoony, fun, non-physicky, you know what I mean? Like fun, like that Agent Intercept was a fun, I wouldn't call it a race game, but there was definitely like time and stuff involved in some of those. I like those kind of games. I feel like I'm okay at those games and that they're kind of fun to watch. If I'm wrong, the numbers will show or you'll tell me, but ultimately, you know, there's a couple of the games like that. There's also, like I said, the Paw Patrols, Peppa Pig, and the new one's coming out soon too. You know, but as far as projects goes, projects are usually like guide videos, like full-on things. So like we'll see. I don't really see Peppa Pig being a guide video situation. It's more of a stream. If it ever, you know, if we ever, and I still like, I want to know, like, do you guys want to see me play it because you want to see me play it, or you want to see me play it because it's just kind of a trolly type of a thing? $1,400. All right, so what do we got here? Lita. Okay, we'll put her on this one. We got 30 piece, 40 piece, 25 piece. We'll go this one. On who? On who? I went hard on who? Yeah, there's this like, I don't know what's happening right now, but clearly I'm not the only one wondering what's happening. Again, you know, for what it's worth, I don't know any 50, I don't even know any 40-plus-year-old women who would act the way that things have happened. I don't know a lot of people that are in that category per se, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, my experience, I've never really ran into somebody that's come in hot like that and then tried to retract. And then also, right, like, there's never been a deniance that it wasn't you on the other account, right? Like, same with earlier today. We've asked for asking questions. I tried to help, but no questions were really asked. Nothing. Even still to right now, asking what character to use on... There's 12 or 15 characters that need to be used there, depending on what you're doing. And we've been trying to help. I don't understand where the hang-up is here, other than, like, this desire to, like, play a victim right now. Like, I don't understand that at all. But let's be very clear. You come in here and accuse me of lying or misleading people or telling you, and then blaming me for a 3-hour stint that you could run around, couldn't do anything, and then being like, oh, what do you mean? You're being mean to me. Like, you see how there's kind of some confusion in the chat right now about how things are presented and how we've tried to help on multiple levels, and yet there still hasn't even been really a question specific enough to really help. You know, and we've dropped tons of hints and stuff. So, I mean, sadly, the bad news of all this is that all evidence points to that this is the same person on a different account as earlier. And if it's not the same person, you have done nothing to try and help save yourself from falling into that classification. You know, you're saying you're sorry. That's exactly what was said last week when I was threatened. I'm sorry. I just say things sometimes, like almost verbatim, like you copy and pasted it. So the coincidences here are off the charts. And yet, again, it's the same scenario with a character that I misled. The wording, the scenario, it's all the same. It's not different. Like, and I've been doing this for 11 years. There's never this much consistency with random people. It's always the same people. So, ranting on her? I was trying to help. Again, I'm still trying to help. If me ranting to try and help is upsetting people, then you're in the wrong place, because that's not what's happening here. Like, I'm not mad, but the fact is, I am 95% sure that this is the same kid that threatened me last week. So, Happy McFlappy, how do you handle being threatened, being told to sleep with one eye open because you're going to get murdered? Like, I'm 90% sure that this is the same person, because I've been streaming for years. This doesn't happen like this unless it's the same person. It just doesn't. And so, Kirsten helped you, huh? Kirsten helped you by saying Padme was from there? Did Kirsten say anything else? 29 of the video was using Scavenger Ray. So it was Ray. So she was right to begin with. You know. And I'm pretty sure, Kirsten, did you find that out by going to that point in the video and looking up in the corner to see who it was? I mean, Make the person sleep with the fish. We talked about fish earlier. Reset a bunch of fish. Cool. I appreciate that, Kirsten. I still think that the problem could have been solved on its own. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, so that was, I think, one of the first things I mentioned was definitely playing through story and you know, following our playlist. Like when you start jumping out of order on things, it really bamboozles things, and you know, it's almost impossible for me to know what bricks or characters you have or don't have. And you know, so my advice is always follow our playlist order, and that's the best advice I can give people because I don't know where they have and haven't been. I don't know what they have and haven't collected. A lot of people will play through the story and find themselves in free roam before they get to the next story bit. And instead of just going straight to the story, they'll free roam. And then they don't remember what they've grabbed in 2 weeks when they come back to that area to do it, actually, because they move on to the story. So it's impossible for anybody to know those kinds of things. And for, you know, for what it's worth, presentation goes a long way. And when you come in here spouting that I am misleading and that I'm a liar and that I made you run around for 3 hours because you couldn't figure out which character I was using. You stated that I said the wrong character and used a different one. I'm pretty sure your wording you used. So, you know, when you come in guns a-blazing, you can't expect to just be like, you know, tucked in and kissed goodnight, right? Like, you got to expect somebody to stand up for themselves and be like, hey, you know? Lisa, you did say that. You came in here and you said you spent 3 hours. You called me a liar. You said I misled you and I labeled the wrong character. Go back and read it. You said that. I'm not accusing you of anything you didn't do. Now, my connection for you being the same person that was in here earlier, saying the same thing, and also the same person that was in here last week saying the same thing, wasting your time, choosing the wrong character, labeling the wrong stuff. It's exactly what was being said. Exactly. I mean, and people wonder why things are the way they are. Again, I still like, yeah, it is what it is. That was loud. All right, this one. Look at these; they're all stacked up right on top of each other. $57. Nope, not definitely not 57. Won't be too long, but I'm not there yet. All right, now what? Yeah, you know, and I'm, like I said, I'm happy to help, but I mean, it took like 15 minutes and 25 questions from like 15 people to actually get the question that was supposedly so kind of interesting. Let's see here. Actually, no, that's a mistake. I'm not trying to do that. No, siree. No, siree. Okay, trash. Okay, so they're all trash otherwise. So we'll just go ahead and put her here. Let's see, 25, 30. Let's go. Playing Lego games 57. Just oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah. How many I need? I need 11. This will likely be my last trash run. Crazy to think we started off with such a flawed network connection. It seems like such a long time ago. Right? So I couldn't even I couldn't even load the chat or nothing for the first, like, 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Had that Florida internet. Oh, no, I jinxed myself again. I said something. You know, I wonder, I think I have the collectible from this area. I feel like it was on one of these tables right over here. But I still don't have the trophy for turning them all in. So I'm wondering, like, what levels I'm missing them on. And if I'm really, truly only going to be really focusing on the litter contracts for the majority out, I don't know if I'll come across that. What up, Tyler? I got one mow. Show. Yeah, time did fly today. It really did. It really, really did. All right. Okay, so we're August 6th. And when, let me see what the guide says. The guide says, distinguished, esteemed, professional, trusted. Got all those credible for the word of mouth. Hands on deck. Good dates and training. First opinion. Jack of all trades. What is the name? I guess I should have just gone to the name and looked, huh? Lawn Mowing. Okay, so Centurion. No, that's not the one. Work grass. Oh, that's not it. No, that's not it either. This is the hand in all valuables. So that's still one I got to figure out. Challenges. Leaner. So that's the downgrade. This is 4th of July. And then this is a smaller company. Okay, so what was I even worried about then? Oh, it was just the date for the 4th of July. That's what it was. So, lawn of the 4th of July. And it says, okay, so complete contract week is off. Since the game starts 2021, July 4th will unfortunately land on a Sunday, meaning you won't be able to go through. The grass season only runs from March to September 30th. So, September 30th. Hey, September 30th. Yes. Get me paid. Paid. Pig. Pig. And let's go ahead and do some maintenance because I know these are getting ran down. These almost seem to be in the same spot every time. It's kind of crazy. Sort of get used to cleaning up the same areas over and over and over. But, like, grinding those days, for sure. And I will probably take a contract and then rubber band for half hour or so after stream. Just see how far it gets me. Because if I don't have to worry about that trophy moving on, then all I have to do is grind days and money. Right? And I mean, I could always take out a loan or something, too, at the end. Because, I mean, I don't know how it all works. But I feel like there's definitely high possibilities. Let's see here. Got 5 more pieces. I haven't even made it to the back yet, though, so... Busy nest back there, huh? Okay, there's 1, maybe 2, I think I just saw. There's the 1. Did I miss another one? Nope. I got FOMO. To mow. See what I did there? To mow. One mow. Maybe right over here. No. 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 Oh, we got a bot. Good work. Good work, mods. Good work. Which way does it go? Which way does it go? Is it back here in the corner? No. No draw distance cheese there. Can't see anything there. No. 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 Ooh, what's this? Wow, that would have been so cheeky if it would have been back here. I still haven't even found the dang thing. I only got 6 minutes left. I'll find it. I hope I find it. Better find it. Man, where the crap is it? What is happening? Where'd it? Jazz. Cannot find it. I'm stumped. I don't think it loaded in. I don't think it loaded in. I think I got cheesed. Boom. See, here we go. Coincidence that Lisa left and this immediately starts threatening me, right? Coincidence? I don't think so. Nothing for nothing either. Okay, let's just hypothetically say that that's not connected. These people are not connected. Who would put up with that kind of crap? Who would put up with being accused like that and not defend themselves in a way that was like, listen, that wasn't me. You got me confused with somebody else. Like, there was never any of that. Never. And like, here he is. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's like, it's totally the same person. It's totally the same person. Lisa is the black person who is also the other aliases we saw last week too. I can't even remember the names. That's how important and impactful they were to me. You know, but like I said, so on top of that, who doesn't defend themselves? Who would put up with that? Who would stick around, have the same complaint, and then ask to be a mod? Which was ironic because last week, hey, sleep with your eyes open, blah, 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 all this stuff. And then, hey, I'm sorry, am I part of the community now? Like there's some things that aren't clicking, right? So again, I'm 99.9% sure that I am guessing correctly. And, you know, that actually is making me feel better because for a half a second, I was kind of like, you know, maybe, but the new hidden strategy, sleep with your eyes closed. 100, TJ. I love it. I love it. So, yeah. Yeah. How do you remember exactly what was said last week? Well, I just happen to. I actually have pretty good memory with that kind of stuff. Yeah, and that's ultimately what's going to happen. Let's see here. Boom. Boom. And I can't remember the. I guess maybe that was the only other one from earlier today. But yeah, so hey guys, Kirsten, everybody out there, I appreciate you guys helping and all that stuff. You know, I definitely feel like there's some sort of weird, I don't know, I don't know what I'd call it, but listen, for whatever's happening with this particular person, um, I'm sorry that things are in a state for you that you feel you need to come online and lie and harass and create these multiple accounts and stuff. Like I'm sure you and your your buddy or whatever are laughing and think it's super funny, but you know, you're not hurting me at all. You're actually giving me watch time and ad views and you know, and ultimately, you know, sort of showing your lack of maturity. And you know, I shame on me for acknowledging it more than 10 seconds, but at the same time, like, you know, I often try to help in these situations. Like I was saying earlier, kill them with kindness, try to be productive, try to redirect, you know. But when repeatedly there's pointing fingers and like questions aren't being asked in a way that helps or makes any sense, it's hard to do any of those things. So all in all, yeah, weirdness in the YouTube hair for sure. No, and I get it, Martin. I appreciate your support. I appreciate everybody else's out there. But yeah, let's see here. Yeah, just because somebody typed something, and I mean, happy. I'll just say this: the amount of defending you have been doing certainly seems a little suspect too, right? As I just mentioned, I'm pretty sure there's a friend involved that's ha ha ha, we're trolling Happy Thumbs or whatever is happening, right? And you know, before too long, you know, listen, if you're not related, then cut ties, because you might find yourself being hidden from the channel as well. Hopefully that's not the case. Like I said, I try not to do that kind of stuff. I try to keep that for specific, exclusive type of things. But guys, you know, we've gone over the allotted time, which is okay. We got a little bit of a late start. As you guys know, tomorrow is a upload day versus a live stream day. So I will be uploading the final Space collectible area. Now, we will be spending some more time in the space areas, as we will have to go through and find the capital ships, and we'll be doing some of the gold ship and other challenges that are related to the galaxy stuff. But for the most part, like as far as like Kyber bricks floating through space and character tokens in space, like those are all going to be accounted for unless they're attached to a capital ship. So pretty exciting. And then tomorrow I'm going to actually use the majority of my day to try and figure out like what what the challenge order will look like, if there's any reason to do it one way or the other. So I'll probably sit down with Tyler and play some games of Apex tonight, and probably work out any details that he may remember, because it's been like 7 months since he played the game. But I might have to bother Kirsten for some information as well, because I know she's played it a little more recently. But hey, much love to all you guys out there, and for what it's worth, like even the trolls, like I don't hate any of you guys. I'm not mad at any of you guys. It does get frustrating at times and whatnot. But really, we're here to help, so if you have questions or you need some help, ask it. You don't need to come in and start a fight to get some help. In fact, it's actually preferred you don't, because it'll go a lot faster, a lot quicker, a lot easier. But that being said, if you want to show up and try it again, because I know you're probably watching still, even though you can't type or do anything, you can still see. But that being said, if you want to try it again and present yourself in a more likable, easier way, that would be acceptable. But just know that this is always going to sort of be lingering as the way we met. But as I explained earlier, my friend Tico, we met fighting on a forum 20 years ago, and we're still good friends and talk to this day. So, I'm not a grudge holder. I'm not somebody who drags people through coals that don't need to be. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit around and let everybody bash or talk trash or whatever either. So, either ban or try to reconcile or defuse. And anyways, much love to you all. Lego Dude 46. Wait a minute. 46? You're like my age, if that's your age. What's wrong with people, huh? Hope you're all feeling safe. Just trolls. I appreciate your... Hey, I appreciate that too. And like I said, much love to all. I don't know how you deal with it. Hey, listen, I've definitely been drugged through some pretty interesting situations. And I always attribute it to my younger years. Right before Happy Thumbs, I actually worked for a online tournament community called Urgent Fury. Urgent Fury was like the holy grail for tournaments and places to be in the SOCOM community. And somehow, not only did my team get to compete there, because it was an invite-only tournament, not only did we get to compete there, but I made an impression enough and had skills available that I actually got interviewed for a job and got to work for them. And part of my duties were managing the tournaments. Not only did I create the maps, and I had a team. Me and a couple other dudes created like these concepts, wrote stories, made maps that had areas that were interchangeable. I mean, it was a really cool, fun time. I was very proficient in Adobe Flash, which no longer really exists. And that's where my skills were. And so we would build these interactive maps and have these tournaments. But the most important part, and where my skills of being able to deal with this stuff came from, was during the tournaments, there was so many discrepancies, lies, accusations. This person brought in an extra player. We're playing with 7 people instead of 6. And, all these things, right? Like rooms weren't made properly. And so things were a little bit variant. And so like every day we were having to take on like these huge, like major fights with people who were pretty decent people, but yet felt wronged. And so like as a person that worked there, I couldn't ever be like, you're an idiot, frig off. Like I couldn't do any of that. Like I had to be like, okay, settle down. And how many times I was like bashing into my desk or hitting my head in the wall or whatever. Like, but I think that's where it started, like where my tough skin, because I used to be one of those guys in Call of Duty lobbies and SOCOM lobbies that I'd be like, your mom's a, whatever. And then people would, and then I'd get really mad and get all worked up, and like Urgent Fury took like almost all of that out for me. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm human. I still have some stuff, but, you know, it's just one of those things that I feel like, thanks to the opportunity there and the experience, I was able to, you know, learn to sort of control / manipulate my own emotions, which, you know, sometimes gets the best of me anyways. But anyways. All right, guys, I definitely have to get going. My wife is probably ready to tuck herself back in and take a nice nap for the day, as she's been sort of under the weather. But hey, I appreciate you guys more than you know. You know, and you know what? For what it's worth, too, for what it's worth, I don't think he'll watch this, especially the very end. But what's up, Teflon? I know real life first, right? Real life first is our motto. It's important. I know that sometimes opportunities present themselves for people, and that sometimes can actually take them away from the daily routine of hanging and stuff. And I gotta say, like, Ben's presence is really missed. And I'm not saying that just because like I miss another viewer and I want why. Like, Ben is still a contributor when he can, but like the fact that he would always remind me for Twitter, like I forgot I didn't even hit Twitter today. That's why I'm saying all this. So Ben, we miss you. We hope your job's going well. We hope life is treating you well, but just know that you are missed. You would have definitely helped today with the diffusing and everything that happened too, because I just know you. You're a good dude. But yeah, I just wanted to say that. I looked down and saw Twitter didn't get pressed. I was like, where's my Twitter button? But real life first. And like I said, I hope everything's good. So, yep, we love you, Ben. All right, guys, that's it. I am freaking out of here, man. You guys know the drill. Head on over to any of our social medias. If you have not already, please check out HappyThumbsGaming.com. As I already mentioned, tomorrow's an upload day, but I'll be back on Wednesday for some more Goat Simulator 3. And then Thursday's up in the air and possibly back for Friday Apex as well. But hey, guys, as for now, that's going to do it. As always, until next time, see ya.